This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. He feel the hot breath on his cheek. I can ride now, he whispered to his friend. We can go hunting in the woods soon. Wait and see. After a time he slept in his dream. He was climbing again, pulling himself up an ancient windowless tower, his fingers forcing themselves between black stones. His feet scrambling for porches. Higher and higher he climbed through the cloud and into the night sky. And still the tower rose before him when he paused to look down. His head swam dizzily and he felt his fingers slipping. Bran cried out and clung for dear life. The earth was 1,000 miles beneath him and he could not fly. He could not fly. He waited until his heart had stopped pounding, until he could breathe, and he began to climb again. There was no way to go but up. Far above him, outlined against a pounding until vast pale moon, he thought he could see the shape of gargoyles. His arms were sore and ashen, yet he dared not rest. He forced himself to climb faster. The gargoyles watched him ascend, their eyes glowing red as hot coals in a brasing. Perhaps once they had been lions, but now they were twisted and grotesque. Bran could hear them whispering to each other in soft stone voice. Terrible to hear. He must not listen. He told himself he must not hear. So long as he did not hear them, he was safe. But when the gargoyles pulled themselves loose from the stone and padded down the side of the tower to where Bran clung, he knew he was not safe. After all, I did not hear, he wept as they came closer and closer. I did not. He woke, gasping, lost in darkness, and saw a vast shadow looming over him. I did not hear, he whispered, trembling in fear. But then the shadow said, Oda, and lit like the candle by the bedside, and Bran said with relief. Oda washed the sweat from him with a warm, damp cloth and dressed him with deft and get-to hands. When it was time, he carried him down to the great hall, where a long threshold table had been set up near the fire. The Lord's seat at the end of the table had been left empty, but Robb sat to the right of it, with Bran across from him. They ate suckling pig that night and pigeon. He must not hear. So long as he did not hear them, he was safe. But when the gargoyles pulled themselves loose from the stone and pounded down the side of the tower to where Bran clung, he knew he was not safe. After all, I did not hear. He wept as they came closer and closer. I did not. He woke, gasping, lost in darkness, and saw a vast shadow looming over him. I did not hear. He whispered, trembling in fear. But then the shadow said, Order! And light the candle by the bedside, and Bran sighed with relief. Oda washed the sweat from him with a warm, damp cloth and dressed him with deft and get-to hands. When it was time, he carried him down to the great hall, where a long trestle table had been set up near the fire. The Lord's seat at the head of the table had been left empty, but Robb sat to the right of it, with Bran across from him. They ate suckling pig that night, and pigeon pie, and turnip sucking in butter, and afterward the cook had promised honeycomb, summer snatch, table crabs from the Bran's hand, white grey wing, and shaggy dog fought over a bone in the corner. Winterfell dogs would not come near the hall now. Bran found that strange at first, but he was growing used to it. Joren was senior among the black brothers, so the steward had seated him between Robb and Master Luwin. The old man had a sore smell, as if he had not washed in a long time. He ripped out the meat with his teeth, cracked the rib to suck out the marrow from the bones, and shrugged at the mentions of Jon Snow. Sir Alistair begged, if granted, and two of his companions shed a laugh that Bran did not understand. But when Robb asked for news of their uncle Benjen, the black brother grew ominously quiet. What is it? Bran asked. Joren wiped his finger on his vest. He has had news, Lord Emlord, and a cruel way to pay you for your meat and meat. But the man has asked the question must bear the answer. Stagborn, one of the other men, said the old bear sent him out to look for Waymar Royce. And he late returned, my lord. Too long, Uriel said. Most likely dead. Dead. My uncle is not dead, Robb Stark said badly. Anger in a stone. He rose from the bench and laid his hand on the hilt of his sword. Do you hear me? My uncle is not dead. His voice rang against the stone wall, and Bran was suddenly afraid. Old sore-smell Uriel looked up at Robb, unimpressed. Whatever you say, Lord, he said. He sucked at a piece of meat between his teeth. The youngest of the black brother shifted uncomfortably in his seat. There is not a man on the wall knows the haunted forest better than Ben Stark. He will find his way back. Well, said Uriel, maybe we will, and maybe he will not. Good men have gone into those woods before and never come out. All Bran could think of was Odin's story of the Order and the last heroes, hunted through the white wood by the dead men, and spider big as ants. He was afraid for a moment until he remembered how that story ended. The children will help him. He blunted the children of the forest till Greyjoy and Sneggard and Master Lewis said, Bran, the children of the forest have been dead and gone for thousands of years. All that is left of them are the face in the trees. Down here might be that true Master Uriel said, but up past the wall, who's to say? Up there a man can not always tell what is alive and what's dead. That night, after the plate had been cleared, Robb carried Bran up to bed himself. Grey Wind led the way, and Summer came close behind. His brother was strong for his age, and Bran was as light as a bundle of rage. But their stairs were steep and dark, and Robb was breathing hard by the time they reached the top. He put Bran into bed, covered him with blankets, and blew out the candle. For a time, Robb sat beside him in the dark. Bran wanted to talk to him, but he did not know what to say. We will find a horse for you, I promise, Robb whispered at last. Are they ever coming back? Bran asked him. Yes, Robb said, with such hope in his voice that Bran knew he was hearing his brother, not just Robb the Lord. Mother will be home soon. Maybe we can ride out to meet her when she comes. Would not that surprise her to see you, our horse? Even in the dark room, Bran could feel his brother smile. And afterward, we'll ride north to see the world. We'll not even tell Jon we are coming. We'll just be there one day. You and me, it will be an adventure. An adventure, Bran repeated wistfully. He heard his brother sob. The room was so dark he could not see the tears on Robb's face, so he reached out and found his hand. Their fingers twisted together. Next, Eddard. Lord Harry dead was a great sadness for all of us. My lord, Grandmaster Percy said, I would be more than happy to tell you what I can of the manner of his passing. Do be seated. Would you care for refreshment? Some dates? Perhaps I have some very fine permissimo as well. Wine no longer agrees with my digestion. I fear that I can offer you a cup of ice milk, sweet with honey. I find it most refreshing in his teeth, in his heart. There was no denying the heart. Ned could feel the sick tonic clinging to his chest. Thick moist air covered the city like a damp woolen blanket, and the riverside had grown unruly as the poor fled their huts. Hairless warrant to jostle for a sleeping place near the water, where the holy breath of wind was to be found. That would be most kind, Ned said. Seating himself, Percy lifted a tiny silver bear with thumbs and forefingers and tickled it gently. A slender young servant girl hurried into the solar. Ice milk for the king's hand and myself, if you could be so kind. Child, well sweetened. As the girl went to fetch their drink, the Grandmaster knocked his fingers together and rested his hands on his stomach. The small folk says that the last year of summer is always the hottest. It is not so, yet oftentimes it felt that way. Does it not? On that day like this, I envy you northerners, your summer snow. The heavy jewels chains around the old man's neck shook softly as he shifted in his seat. To be sure, King Mark summer was hotter than this one, and near as long. They were fools, even in the citadel, who took that to mean that the great summer had come at last, the summer that never ends. But in the 7th year it broke suddenly, and we had a short autumn, a terrible long winter. Still the earth was fierce while it lasted. Old tan, steam and sweated by day and came alive only by night. We would walk in the garden by the rivers and argue about the gods. I remember the smell of those nights, my lord. Perfume and sweat, mellow ribs too. Boston, peach and pomegranate, night shades, and moon blood. I was a young man then, still forging my shame. The heat did not exhaust me as it does now. Pencil eyes were so heavily needed he looked half asleep. My pardon, Lord Edda, you did not come to hear foolish meandering of a summer forgotten before your father was born. Forgive an old man is wondering if you would mind if you would. Minds are like sword, I don't fear. The old one go to rust. And here is our week. The 7-year placed the tray between them, and Percy gave her a smile. Sweet child, he lifted a cup, tasted nothing. Thank you, you may go. When the girl had taken her leave, Percy peers at Ned through pale, Raymond eyes. Now where were we? Oh yes, you asked about Lord Harry. I did. Ned rested politely at his eyes weak. It was pleasant cold, but oversweet to his taste. If truth be told, the man had not seemed quite himself for some time. Percy said, we had sat together on council many years, he and I, and the signs were there to read, but I put them down to the great. Besides, his son was ever sickly, and his lady wife so anxious that she would scarcely let the boy out of her sight. It was enough to weary even a strong man, and the Lord John was not young. Small wonder if he seems melancholy and tired, or so I thought at the time, yet now I am less certain. He gave a ponderous shake of his head. What can you tell me of his final illness? The Grand Master spread his hand in a gesture of helpless sorrow. He came to me one day asking after a certain book, as ill as healthy as ever, though it did seem to me that something was troubling him deeply. The next morning he was twisted over in pain, too sick to rise from the bed. Master Colombo thought it was a chill on the stomach. The weather had been hot, and the hand often eyes his wine, which can upset the digestion when Lord John continued to weaken. I went to him myself, but the gods did not grant me the power to save him. I have heard that you sent Master Colombo away. The Grand Master Nod was so slow and deliberate as a glacier. I did, and I feared the lady Lisa will never forgive me that. Maybe I was wrong, but at the time I thought it best. Master Colombo is like a son to me, and I yet to none in my esteem for his ability, but he is young, and the young oftentimes do not comprehend the frailty of an older body. He was purging Lord Harry with wasting potions and pepper juice, and fear he might kill him. Did Lord Harry say anything to you during his final hours? Percy wrinkled his brow. In the last stage of his fever, the aunt called out the name Robert several times, but whether he was asking for his son or for the king, I could not say. Lady Lisa would not permit the boy to enter the sick room, for fear that he too might be taken ill. The king did come, and he sat beside the bed for hours, talking and joking of times long past in hopes of raising Lord John's spirit. His love was fierce to see. Was there nothing else? No final words. When I saw that all hopes had fled, I gave the aunt the milk of the puppy, so he should not suffer. Just before he closed his eye for the last time, he whispered something to the king and his lady wife. A blessing for his son. The seed is strong, he said. At the end, his speech was too long to comprehend. Death did not come until the next morning. But Lord John was at peace after that. He never spoke again. Ned took another swallow of milk. try not to gag on the sweetness of it. Did it seem to you that there was anything unnatural about Lord Harry's death? Unnatural? The aged master's voice was thin as a whisper. No, I could not say so. Sad for a certainty, yet in his own way, death is the most natural thing of all. Lord Edda, John Harry, rest easy now, his burden lifted at last. This illness that took him, said Ned, have you ever seen it like before in other men? Near 40 years I have been Grand Master of the Seven Kingdoms. Percy replied, under our good King Robert, and Harry's Targaryens before him, and his father Joarryn, the second before him, and even for a few short months, under Joarryn's father, Aegon the Fortunate, the fifth of his name. I have seen more of illness than I care to remember. My lord, I will tell you this. Every case is different, and every case is alike. Lord John's death was no stranger than any other. His wife thought otherwise. The Grand Master nodded. I recall now the window is sister to your own noble wife. If an old man may be forgiven his blunt speech, let me say that grief can derage even the strongest and most disciplined of mind, and the Lady Lysa was never that. Since her last stillbirth, she has seen enemies in every shadows, and the death of her Lord husband left her shattered and lost. So you are quite certain that John Harry died of a sudden illness? I am, Percy replied, gravely. If not illness, my lord. What else could it be? Poison? Ned suggested quietly. Percy's sleepy eyes flicked open. The aged master shifted uncomfortably in his seat. A disturbing thought. We are not the free cities where such things are common. Grandmaster Anemon wrote that all men carried murder in their heart, yet even so, the poison is beneath contempt. He felt silent for a moment, his eye lost in thought. What you suggest is possible, my lord, yet I do not think it likely. Every aged master knows the common poison, and Lord Harry displayed none of the sign, and the hand was loved by all. What sort of monster is man? His flesh would dare to murder such a noble lord. I have heard it said that poison is a woman's weapon. Percy stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is said, women, craving and eunuch. He cleared his throat and sparked his thick club of flame onto the rush above them. A raven calved loudly in the rockery. The Lord where he was born, a slave in lies. Did you know? Put not your trust in Spider, my lord. That was scarcely anything Ned needed to be told. There was something about Varys that made his flesh crawl. I will remember that, master, and I thank you for your help. I have taken enough of your time. He stood. Grandmaster Percy pushed himself up from his chair slowly and escorted Ned to the door. I hope I have helped in some small way to put your mind at ease. If there is any other service I might perform, you need only ask. One thing Ned told him, I should be curious to examine the book that you lent John the day before he felt ill. I fear you will find it of a little interest. Percy said it was a ponderous stone by Grandmaster Melion on the lineage of the great house. Still, I should like to see it. The old man opened the door. As you wish, I have it here somewhere. When I find it, I shall have it sent to your chamber straight away. You have been most contentious, Ned told him. Then, almost as an afterthought, he said, one last question, if you would be so kind. You mentioned that the king was at Lord Harry's bedside when he died. I wonder what's the point with him? Why, no, Percy said. She and the children were making the journey to Castle Rock in company with her father, Lord Twain, had brought a retinue to the city for the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day, no doubt hoping to see his son Jaime win the champion's crown. In that he was sadly disappointed. It fell to me to send the queen words of Lord Harry's sudden death. Never have I sent off a bed with a heavier heart. Dark winds, dark words. Ned murmured. It was a proverb old Nan had taught him as a boy. So the fish wave says. Grandmaster Percy agreed. But we know it is not away. So when Master Louis Beth brought the word about your brand, the message lifted every true heart in the castle, did it not? As you say, Master, the gods are merciful. Percy bowed his head. Come to me as often as you like. Lord, Edda, I am here to serve. Yes, Ned thought as the door swung shut. Then, whom on the way back to his chamber, he came upon his daughter Aria on the wedding step of the Tower of the Hand, winged minding arms as they struggled to balance on one leg. The rough stone had scuffed her bare feet. Ned stopped and looked at her. Aria, what are you doing? Sirius said, a water dancer, and stand on one toes for hours. Her hand flared at the hair to steady herself. Ned had to smile. Which toes? He tasted. He teased. A toe? Aria said, separated. With the question, she hopped from her right leg to her left, swaying dangerously before she regained her balance. Must you do your standing there? He asked. It is a long, hard fall down this step. Sirius said a water dancer never fall. She lowered her leg to stand on 2 feet. Father, will Bran come and live with us now? Not for a long time. Sweet one, he told her. He needs to win his strength back. Aria bit her lips. What will Bran do when he is of age? Ned knelt beside her. He has years to find that answer. Aria, for now, it is enough to know that he will live. The night the bird had come from Winterfell. Edda Stark had taken the girls to the castle Goswood, and acres of elm and adder and black cottonwood overlooking the river. The oak tree there was a great oak, its ancient limbs overgrown with smokery berry vine. They knelt before it to offer their thanksgiving, as if it had been a wildwood. Sansa drifted to sleep as the moon rose. Arya several hours later, curling up in the grass under Ned's claw. All through the dark hours he kept his veggie alone. When dark broke over the city, the dark red bloom of dragon breath surrounded the girls where they lay. I dream of Brown, Sansa had whispered to him. I saw him smiling. It was going to be a knight. Arya was saying now, a knight of the King's Guard? Can he still be a knight? No, Ned said. He saw no use in lying to her. Yet someday he may be the lord of a great hold fast and sit on the king's council. He might raise castle like Brandon the builder, or sail a ship across the Sunset Sea, or enter your mother's faith and become the High Septon. But he will never run beside his wolf again. He thought with a sadness too deep for words, or lie with a woman, or hold his own son in his arms. Arya cocked her head to one side. Can I be a king, counselor, and build a castle and become the High Septon? You, Ned said, kissing her slightly on the brow. We'll marry a king and rule his castle, and your sons will be knights and princes and lords, and yes, perhaps even a High Septon. Arya screwed up her face. No, she said, that's Sansa. She folded up her right legs and resumed her balancing. Ned sent and left her there. Inside his chamber, he stripped off his sweat, stained sink, and sliced cold water over his head from the basin beside the bed. Ali entered as he was drying his face. My lord, he said, Lord, bandage is without and begs audience. Escort him to my cellar, Ned said, reaching for a fresh tonic. The lightest line he could find. I will see him at once. Littlefinger was perched on the window seat when Ned entered, watching the knight of the King's Guard practice her sword in the yard below. If only old Sam O'Mine were as nimble as his blade, he said wistfully, a council meeting would be a good deal. Leave la. Sir Barrister is as valiant and honorable as any man in King's Landing. Ned had come to have a deep respect for the aged, white-haired Lord Commander of the King's Guard, and as tiresome, Littlefinger added, though I desire he should do well in the tourney. Last year he unhorsed the Horn, and it was only 4 years ago that he was champion. The question of who might win the tourney interested Edda Stark not in the least. Is there a reason for this visit, Lord Petty? Or are you here simply to enjoy the view from my window? Littlefinger smiled. I promised Cat I would help you in your inquiry, and so I have. That took Ned aback. Promise or no promise, he could not find it in him to trust Lord Pettibellish, who struck him as too clever by half. You have something for me. Someone, Littlefinger corrected, for someone. If trust be told, had you thought to question the and servant Ned frowned. With that I could. Lady Harry took her household back to the area Leinster had done him no favor in that regard. All those who had stood close to her husband had gone with her when she fled. John Smither is steward, the captain of his guard, his knight and retainer. Most of her household, Littlefinger said, not all. A few remains a pregnant kitchen girl hastily wed to one of Lord Raleigh Groves, a stable hand who joined the city watch, a potboy discharged from service for theft, and Lord Harry's squire. The squire, Ned was pleasantly surprised. A man squire after knew a great deal of his coming and going. Sir Hugh of the Wave, Littlefinger named him the King's knighted the boy after Lord Harry's death. I shall send for him, Ned said, and the others, Littlefinger winced. My lord, step over here to the window. If you would be so kind. Why, come on, I will show you, my lord. Frowning, Ned crossed to the window. Pettibellish made a casual gesture. There across the yard at the door of the armory. Do you see the boy squatting by the step holding a sword with an oil stone? What of him? He reports to Varys. The spider has taken a great interest in you and all your doings. He shifted in the window. See, now glanced at the wall. Farther west, above the stable, the guardsman leading on the rampart. Ned saw the man. Another of the eunuchs whispered, no, this one belongs to the queen. Notice that he enjoyed a finer view of the door. To this tower, the better to note who calls on you. There are others, many unknown, even to me. The red key is full of eyes. Why do you think I eyed Cat in a brothel? Eddard Stark had no taste for this intrigue. 7 hells. He swore it did seem as though the man on the walls was watching him. Suddenly uncomfortable, Ned moved away from the window. Is everyone someone informer in this cursed city? Scarcely, said Littlefinger. He counted on the finger on his hand. Why, there is me, you the king, although, come to think on it, the king tells the queen much too much, and I am less than certain about you. He stood up. Is there a man in your service that you trust utterly and completely? Yes, said Ned. In that case, I have a delightful palace in Valeria that I would dearly love to sell you, Littlefinger said with a mocking smile. The wiser answer was no, my lord. But be that as it may, send this paragon of yours to Sir Hugh all and the others. Your own coming and going will be noted, but even Varys the spider cannot watch every man in your service every hour of his day. He started for the door. Lord Tight, Ned called after him. I am grateful for your help. Perhaps I was wrong to distrust you. Littlefinger finger is small pointed beard. You are slow to learn, Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard, next. Disturbing me was the wisest thing you have done since you climbed down off your horses. Next. John was showing Dorian how best to deliver a side stroke when the new recruit entered the practice yard. Your feet should be farther apart. He ought. You don't want to lose your balance. That's good. Now pivot as you deliver the stroke. Get all your weight behind the back blade. Dorian broke off and lifted his visor. 7 gods, he murmured. Would you look at him? John turned. Through the eyes slight of his hand, he beheld the fattest boy he had ever seen standing in the door of the armory. By the look of him, he must have weighed 20 stone. The full collar of his embroidered surcoat was lost beneath his chin. Pale eyes moved nervously in a great round moon of a face, and plump, sweaty fingers wiped themselves on the velvet of his doublet. They told me I was to come here for training. He said to no one in particular. A lordling Pike observed to John, Sutron must like near Highgarden. P have traveled the Seven Kingdom with a Mormont troop and bridge. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. That he could tell what you hear and where you had been born just from the sound of your voice. A striding horseman has been walked in scarlet thread upon the breast of the fat boy, trimming surcoat. John did not recognize the CG. Sir Alisa Thorns looked over this new change and said, "It would seem they have run short of poacher and thieves down south. Now they send us pigs to man the wall. Is fur and velvet your motion of armor, my lord of arm?" It was soon revealed that the new recruit had brought his own armor with him. Padded doublet, boiled leather, mail and plate and helm, even a great wool and leather shade blazer, with the same striding horseman he wore on his surcoat. As none of it was black, however, Sir Alisa insisted that he requite himself from the armory that took half the morning. His gist required Donald Noy to take apart a nails outbreak and refill it with leather pestle at the head. To get a hem over his head, the armorer had to dash the vessel. To take apart a mail abac and refill it with leather pellets at the side. To get a hem over his head, an armorer had to dash the vessel. His leather bound so tightly around his legs and under his arm that he could scarcely move. Dressed for battle, the new boy looked like an overcooked sausage about to burst its skin. "Let us hope you are not as hip as you looked," Sir Alisa said. "Ada, see what Sir Piggy can do." Jon Snow winced. Ada had been born in a quarry and apparatus as a stone mansion. It was 16 tall and muscular, and its blows were as hard as any Jon had ever felt. This would be uglier than a war axe. Pat mounted, and it was. The fight lasted less than a minute before the fat boy was on the ground, his whole body shaking as blood leaked through his shattered arm and between his puggy finger. "Aye," he shrieked. "No more, aye, don't eat me." Rast and some of the other boys were laughing. Even then, Sir Alisa would not call an end. "On your feet, Sir Piggy," he called. "Pick up your sword." When the boy continued to cling to the ground, Thorn gestured to Ada. "Hit him with the flat of your blade until he find his feet." Ada delivered a tentative smack to his upraised cheek. "You can hit harder than that." Thorn taunted. Ada took hold of his long sword with both hands and brought it down so hard the blow split leather. Even on the flat, the new boy screeched in pain. Jon Snow took a step forward. Pie laid a male hand on his arm. "Jon, no," the small boy whispered with an anxious glance at Sir Alisa Thorn. "On your feet," Thorns repeated. The fat boy struggled to rise, slipped, and felt heavily again. Sir Piggy is starting to grasp the notion. Sir Alisa observed again. Ada lifted the sword for another blow. "Cut us off a hand." Rast on, laughing. Jon shook off Pig. "And Ada, enough." Ada looked to Sir Alisa. The bastard speak and the peasant trembled. The master at arms said in that sharp cold voice of his, "I remember you that I am the master at arms here. Lord Snow, look at him." Ada, Jon urged, ignoring Thorns as best he could. "There is no honor in beating a falling foe." He yielded. He kneeled beside the fat boy. Ada lowered his sword. He yielded. He echoed. "Sir Alisa, honest. I will feast on Jon Snow. It would seem our bastard is in love," he said as Jon helped the fat boy to his feet. "Show me your steel, Long Snow." Jon drew his long sword. He had defied Sir Alisa only to a point, and he feared he was well beyond it now. Tom smiled. The bastard wishes to defend his lady lord, so we shall make an exercise of it. Rat people, help out Stone the head here. Rast and Albert moved to join Ada. 3 of you ought to be sufficient to make Lady Piggy squeal. All you need to do is get past the bastard. Stay behind me, John said to the fat boy. Sir Lisa had often sent 2 foes against him, but never 3. He knew he would likely go to sleep bruising and bloody tonight. He braced himself for the assault. Suddenly, P was beside him. 3 to 2 will make for better sport, the small boy said cheerfully. He dropped his deadly quietly. John could feel Sir Alista's eyes. Why are you waiting? He asked Rast and the others in a voice gone deceptively soft, but it was John who moved first. Ada barely got his sword up in time. John drove him backward, attacking with every blow, keeping the older boy on the heels. Know your foes, Sir Roderick had taught him once. John knew Ada, brutally strong but sort of patient with no taste for defense. Frustrate him and he would leave himself open as certain as sunset. The clang of steel echoes. Start of his echo, the change of the clang of steel echoes through the yard as the other joined battle around him. John blocked his savage cut at his head, the shock of his impact running up his arm as the sword crashed together. He slammed a side stroke into Ada's rib and was rewarded with a muffled grunt of pain. The counter stroke caught John on the shoulder. Shame crushed and pain flooded up his neck. Yet for an instant, Ada was unbalanced. John caught his left leg from under him, and he fell with a curse and a crash. Green was standing his ground as John had taught him, giving Albert more than he cared for. But he was Ada pressed Rast at 2 years and 40 pounds on him. John stepped up behind him and ranged the rapper's end like a bear. As Rast went reeling, Pest slid in under his guard, knocked him down and leveled a blade at his throat. By then, John had moved on, facing 2 swords. Albert backed away. Aye, he shouted, Sir, Alisa! Tom surveyed the scene with disgust. The mammoth face has gone on long enough for today. He walked away. The session was at an end. Dorian helped Ada to his feet. The quarrelsome man's son wrenched off his arm and threw it across the yard. For an instant, I thought I finally had you, Snow. For an instant you did, John replied under his mail and leather. His shoulder was throbbing. He sheathed his sword and tried to remove his arm, but when he raised his arm, the pain made him grind his teeth. Let me, a voice said. Taking finger hand unfastened arm from Gorget and lifted it up gently. Did he hurt you? I have been bruised before. He touched his shoulder and wheezed. The yard was empty around them. Blood mattered the fat boy's hair where Ada had split his arm asunder. My name is Samuel Tyler of Ons. He stopped and licked his lip. I mean, I was on him until I left. I have come to take the black. My father is Lord Randy. 2. A bannerman to the tyrants of Highgarden. I used to be his heir only. His voice strained up. I am Jon Snow, the Stark bastard of Winterfell. Samuel Tally nodded. Aye, if you want, you can call me Sam. My mother called me Sam. You can call him Lord Snow. P said as he came up to join them. You don't want to know what his mother called him. These 2 are Grain and Peeper. John said Grain, the ugly one. P said, Grain's cool. You are uglier than me. At least I don't have ears like a bat. My thanks to all of you, the fat boy said gravely. Why did you get up and fight? Grain demanded. I wanted to. Truly, I judged. I could not. I did not want him to eat me anymore. He looked at the ground. I fear I am a coward. My Lord Father always said so. Grain looked thunderstruck. Even P had no words to say to that. and P had sworn for everything. What sort of man would proclaim himself a coward? Samuel Tally must have read their thought on their face. His eye met John and darted away, quick as frightened animals. I am sorry, he said. I don't mean to be like I am. He walked heavily towards the armory. John called after him. You were hot. He said, tomorrow you will do better. Sam looked mournfully back over one shoulder. No, I will not, he said, blinking back tears. I never do better when he was gone. Grain, frown, nobody liked cravings. He said, uncomfortably, I wish we had not helped him. What if they think we are craving too? You are too stupid to be craving. P told him, I am not. Gray said, yes, you are. If a bear attacked you in the woods, you'll be too stupid to run away. I would not, Gray insisted. I didn't run away faster than you. He stopped suddenly, crying when he saw P grin and realized what he just said. His thick neck flushed a dark red. John left them there, arguing as he returned to the armory, hung up his sword, and stripped off his battered armor. Life at Castle Black followed certain patterns. The morning were for swordy play, the afternoon for work. The Black Brothers set new recruits to many different tasks to learn where their skills lay. John cherished the rare afternoon when he was sent out with those Redding at his side to bring back game for the Lord Commander table. But for every day spent hunting, he gave a dozen to Donald, not the armory. Spinning the whetstone while the one-armed smith sharpened axe grown off from the horse, or pumping the bellow as Noy armor at a new sword. Other times he ran message, stood at guard, mopped at stable, fleshed around, assisted Master Amon with his boss or boys march with his cars and inventories. That afternoon the watch commander sent him to the winch cage with 4 barrels of fresh crushed stone to scatter grape over the ice footpath atop the wall. It was lonely and boring work, even with Ghost along for company. Then John found him did not mind. On a clear day, you could see half the world from the top of the wall, and the air was always cold and brazen. He could think here, and he found himself thinking of Samuel Tony and oddly of Tyrion Lannister. He wondered what Tyrion would have made of the fat boy. Most men would rather deny a archery than face it. The dwarf told him, Granny. The world was full of cravens who pretend to be heroes. He took a square sort of courage to admit to cowardice as Samuel Tally had. His sole shoulder made the wall go slowly. It was late afternoon before John finished graveling the path. He lingered on high to watch the sun go down, turning the western sky to color of blood. Finally, as dusk was settling over the north, John rolled the empty barrel back into the cage and signaled the witch men to lower him. The evening meal was almost done by the time he and Ghost reached the common hall. A group of the Black Brothers were dicing over wine near the fire. His friend were at the bench nearest the west wall. Laughing P was in the middle of a story. The mummer boy with the big ears was a born liar with 100 different voices, and he did not tell his tale so much as live them, playing all the parts as needed. A king one moment and a swing head the next, when they turned into an hello house girl or a virgin princess. He used a high forced voice that reduced them all to tears of helpless laughter, and his humor was always eerily accurate caricature of Sir Alisa. John took as much pleasure from P antics as anyone. Yet that night he turned away and went instead to the end of the bench, where Samuel Tally sat alone, as far from the other as he could get. He was finishing the last of the pork pie the cook had set up for supper when John sat down across from him. The fat boy's eyes winked at the sight of Ghost. Is that a wolf? A dire wolf? John said, his name is Ghost. The dire wolf is the siege of my father's house. Ours is the striding Otsman. Samuel Tally said, "Do you like to hunt?" The fat boy shuddered. "I ate it." It looked as though it was going to carry again. "What's wrong now?" John asked him. "Why are you always so frightened?" Sam stared at the last of his pork pie and gave a feeble shake of his head. Too scared even to talk, a burst of laughter filled the hall. John heard Ty screaming in a high voice, "It's too! Let's go outside." The round fat face looked up at him, suspicious. "Why? What will we do outside?" "Talk," John said. "Have you seen the walls?" "I am fat, not blind," Samuel Tally said. "Of course I saw it. It's 700 feet high." Yet he stood up all the same, wrapped a front-blind claw over his shoulder, and followed John from the common hall, still wary, as if he suspected some queer trick was waiting for him in the night. Ghost pandered along beside them. "I never thought it would be like this," Sam said as they walked, his voice steaming in the cold air. Already he was huffing and puffing as he tried to keep up. All the buildings are falling down, and it is so cold. A hard frost was settling over the castle, and John could hear the soft crush of grey wings beneath his boots. Sam nodded miserably. "I hate the cold," he said. "Last night I woke up in the dark, and the fire had gone out, and I was certain I was going to freeze to death by morning. It must have been warmer where you come from. I never saw something I last month. We were crossing the barrowland, me and the men my father sent to see me north, and this white stuff began to fall like a soft rain. As I thought it was so beautiful, like feathers drifting from the sky, but it kept on and on until I was frozen to the bone. The men had crossed off snow in their bed and more on their shoulder, and still it kept coming. I was afraid it would never end." John smiled. The world loomed before them, glimmering pale in the light of the half moon. In the sky above, the stars burned clear and sharp. "Are they going to make me go up here?" Sam asked, his face clouded like old Nick as he looked at the great wooden stair. "I will die if I have to climb that." "There's a witch," John said, pointing. "They can draw you up in a cage." Samuel Tally sniffed. "I don't like the high place. It was too much." John frowned, incredulous. "Are you afraid of everything?" he asked. "I don't understand. If you are truly so craven, why are you here? Why would a coward want to join the night watch?" Samuel Tally looked at him for a long moment, and his round face seemed to cave in on himself. He sat down on the frost-covered ground and began to cry. Juice shook him so that made his whole body shake. Jon Snow could only stand and watch, like the snowfall on the barrowland. It seems the tears would never end. It was Ghost who knew what to do, silent as shadow. The pale direwolves moved closer and began to lick the warm tears of Samuel Tally's face. The fat boy cried out, startled and somehow in a heartbeat. His sob turned to laughter. Jon Snow laughed with him. Afterward, they sat on the frozen ground, huddled in their quarrel with Ghost between them. John told the story of how he and Rob had found the pup newborn in the late summer snow. It seems 1,000 years ago. Now, before long, he found himself talking of Winterfell. "Sometimes I dream about it," he said. "I am walking down this long empty hall. My voice echoes all around, but no one answers. I walk faster, opening doors, shouting names I don't even know who I am looking for. Most nights it is my father, but sometimes it's Rob instead, or my little sister Arya, or my uncle. The thought of Benjen Stark saddened him. His uncle was still missing. The old bear had sent out rangers in search of him. Sir Jeremy, Ricker, and Led too swept, and Querum Afan had gone forth from the Shadow Tower, but they did find nothing aside from the few blazes in the trees that his uncle had left to mark his way. In the stony highland to the northwest, the mark stopped abruptly and all trace of Ben Stark vanished. "Do you ever find anyone in your dream?" Sam asked. John shook his head. "No one. The castle is always empty." He had never told anyone of the dream. and he did not understand why he was telling Sam now. Yet somehow it felt good to talk of it. Even the ravens are good, are gone from the rockery, and the stables are full of bones. That always scares me. That always scares me. I start to run them, throwing open doors, climbing the towers 3 steps at a time, screaming for someone, for anyone, and then I find myself in front of the door to the crypt. It's black inside, and I can see the steps spiraling down. Somehow I know I have to go down there, but I don't want to. I am afraid of what might be waiting for me. The old king of winter are down here, still on their thrones with stones woven at their feet and iron sword across their laps. But it is not them I am afraid of them of. I scream that I am not a star, that this is not my place, that it is not good. It is no good. I have to go away. So I start down, feeling the walls as I descend, with no torch to light the way. It gets darker and darker until I want to scream. He stopped, frowning embarrassed. That's when I always wake, his skin cold and calming, shivering in the darkness of cell. Ghost would leap up beside him, his warm as comforted as daybreak. He would go back to sleep with his face pressed into the direwolf's shaggy white fur. Do you dream of Aunt Hills? John asked. No, Sam Matt grew tight and hard. I hated there. He scratched those behind the ears, groaning, and John let the silent breath. After a long while, Samuel Tally began to talk. Joshua listened quietly and learned how it was that a safe confess cowered from himself on the wall. The Tally were a family old in honor, banner men of Thomas Tyrus, Lord of High Garden and Warden of the South. The eldest son of the Lord Randy Tally, Samuel was born here to rich land, a strong kid and a tall two-handed grass sword named Atbane, forged of Valeria steel and passed down from father to son near 500 years. Whatever pride his Lord father might have felt at Samuel's birth vanished as the boy grew up plump, soft and awkward. Sam loved to listen to music and make his own song, to wear soft velvet, to play in the castle kitchen beside the cook, drinking in the rich smell as he snitched lemon cake and blueberry tart. His passion were a book and kitten and dancing, clumsy as he was, but he grew ill at the sight of blood and wept to see even a chicken slaughtered. A dozen master at arms came and went at home. He tried to turn Samuel into the knight his father wanted. The boy was coarse and canned, slapped and starved. One man had him sleep in his chain mail to make him more macho. Another dressed him in his mother's clothing and paraded him through the belly to shame him into valor. He only grew fatter and more frightened until Lord Randy, disappointed, to turn to anger and then to glutton. One time, Sam confident, his voice dropping from the wind of a whisper. 2 men came to the castle, warlocks from Kwa with white skin and blue lips. They laughed a bull across and made me bathe in the hot blood, but it did not make me brave as they promised. I got sick and wretched. Father had them scourged. Finally, after 3 girls in as many years, Lady Tally gave her Lord husband a second son. From that day, Lord Randy ignored Sam, devoting all his time to the younger boy, a fierce, robust child more to his liking. Samuel had known several years of sweet peace with his music and his book, until the dawn of his 14th day, when he had been awake to find his horse saddled and ready. 3 men at arms had escorted him into a roof near a old hill, where his father was skinning a deer. You are almost a man grown now, and my hair, Lord Randy Tally had told his eldest son, his long knife laying there, the cast case as he spoke. You have given me no cause to disown you, but neither will I allow you to inherit the land and title that should be decreed. Atbane must go to a man strong enough to wield her, and you are not worthy. to touch her eat. So I have decided that you shall this day announce that you wish to take the blood. We forsake all claims to your brother inheritance and start not before we even fall. If you do not, then all the morrows we shall have a hunt, and somewhere in this wood your horse will stumble and you will be thrown from the saddle to die. Oh, so I will tell you, your mother, she has a woman heart and find it in her to cherish even you, and I have no wish to cause her pain. Please do not imagine that it will truly be that easy. Should you think to defy me, nothing will please me more than to hunt you down like the pig you are. His arm were red to the elbow as he laid the skinny knife aside. So there is your voice. So there is your choice. The night watch, he reached inside the deer, ripped at his heart and held it in his fist. Red and drippy, all this. Sam told the tale in a calm, dead voice, as if it were something that had happened to someone else, not to him. And strangely, John thought he did not weep, not even once. When it was done, they sat together and listened to the wind for a time. There was no other sound in all the world. Finally, John said, "We should go back to the common hall." "Why?" Sam asked. John shrugged. "There's hot cider to drink, or mulled wine if you prefer. Some night there sing for us, if the moon is on him." He was a singer before. Well, not truly, but almost an apprentice singer. How did he come here? Sam asked. Lord Rowan of Golden Grove found him in bed with his daughter. The girl was 2 years old, and Darion swore she helped him through her window, but under her father's eyes she named it rape. So here is he. When Master Amor heard him sing, he said his voice was only poured over thunder. John smiled. Toad sometimes sing too. If you call it singing, drinking song it learned in his father's wine sing. Pete said his voice is peace poured over a fire. They laughed at that together. I should like to hear them both, Sam admitted, but they would not want me here. His face was troubled. He's going to make me fight again on the morrow. Is not he? John was forced to say. Sam go upwardly to his feet. I had better try to sleep. He undled down in his claw and plundered off. The other were still in the common room when John returned. Alone for ghost. Where have you been? P asked, talking with Sam. He said, "It truly is great," said Green. At supper, there were still plates on this bench when he got his pie. But he was too scared to come sit with us. The Lord of Arm thinks he's too good to eat with the likes of us, suggests Jerry. I saw him eat a pork pie. Toad said, smirking, "Do you think it was a brother?" He began to make onions noise. "Stop it!" John snapped angrily. The other boys fell silent. Take aback his sudden fury. "Listen to me," John said into the quiet, and he told them how it was going to be. P backed in as he did know he would. But when Ada spoke up, it was pleasant surprise. Gray was anxious at the first, but John knew the word to move him. One by one, the rest fell in line. John persuaded some, cajoled some, shamed the others, made threats where threats were required. At the end, they had all agreed, all but Ras. "You guys do as you please," Ras said, "but if Tom send me against Lady Pig, I am going to slice me off a rasher of bacon." He laughed in John's face and left them there. Hours later, as the castle slept, 3 of them paid a call on his cell. Green held his arm, while P sat on his left. John could hear Ras rapid breath as Ghost slipped onto his chest. The dire wolf's eyes burned red as ember as his teeth nipped slightly at the soft skin of the boy's throat, just enough to draw blood. "Remember, we know where you sleep," John said softly. The next morning, John heard Ras tell Abbott and told how his razor had slipped while he shaved, from that day forth. Neither Ras nor any of the other would haunt Samuel Tally. When Sir Alisa marched them against him, they would stand their ground and swarm aside a slow, snubsy stroke. If the master at arms screamed for an attack, they would dance in and tap Sam slightly on breastplate, on helm, on leg. Sir Alisa raged and threatened and called them all craves and women and worse. Yet Sam remained unawed. A few nights later, at John's urging, he joined them for the evening meal, taking a plate on the bench beside Ada. It was another fortnight before he found the nerves to join their talk. But in time he was laughing at P face and teasing Gray with the best of them. Fat and awkward and frightened he might be, but Samuel Tally was no fool. One night he visited John and he said, "I don't know what you did," he said, "but I know you did it." He looked away shyly. "See, I have never had a friend before." "We are not friends," John said. He put a hand on Sam's brother's shoulder. "We are brothers, and so they were," he thought to himself after Sam had taken his leave. Rob and Brown and Rick were his father's sons, and he loved them. Still, yet, John knew that he had never truly been one of them. Kathleen Stark had seen to that. The grey walls of Winterfell might still haunt his dreams, but Castle Black was his life now, and his brother were Sam and Grey and Ada and Pete and the other cast out who wore the black of the night. Watch. My uncle spoke truly. He whispered to Ghost. He wondered if he would ever see Bendy Stark again, to tell him. Next, Edda, it is the hand turner that is the cause of all trouble, my lord. The commander. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. My lord, the commander of the city watched complaint to the king's council. The king's tunnel. Ned corrected this, and I assure you the hand wants no part of it. Call it what you will, my lord. Knights have been arriving from all over the realm, and for every night we get two free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 men at arms, a dozen marshals, 2 dozen wolves, and more thieves than I read guess. This caused it at half the city in the fever to start, and now with all these visitors. Last night we had a drumming, a tavern rail, 3-night fight, a rape, 2 fire, robbers beyond count, and a drunken horse race down the street of his sister. The night before, a woman's head was found in the great sept, floating in the rainbow pool. No one seems to know how it got there or who it belongs to. How dreadful, very sad with a shadow. Lord Renly, Baratheon was less sympathetic. If you cannot keep the king's peace, Jonah, perhaps the city watch should be commanded by someone who can. Stop, Jonah puffed himself up like an angry frog. His bound pate rendering. Aegon, the dragon himself, could not keep the peace. Lord Renly, I need more men. How many? Ned asked, leaning forward. He has ever Rob had not troubled himself to attend the council session, so it fell to his hand to speak for him. As many as can be gotten, Lord Anne. I have 50 new men. Ned told him, Lord Bellish will see that you get the count. I will, Littlefinger said. You will. You found 40,000 golden dragons for a champion's purse. Surely you can scrap together a few coppers to keep the king's peace. Ned turned back to Janos' line. I will also give you 20 good swords from my own household guard to serve with the watch until the crown have left. All thanks, Lord Anne. Sly said, bowing. I promise you they shall be put to good use. When the commander had taken his leave, Eddard Stark turned to the rest of the council. The sooner this war is done with, the better I shall like it. As if the expense and trouble were not arch-sung enough, all and the sundry insisted on shouting Ned one by calling it. The hand turned Ned as if it were the cause of it, and Robert honestly seems to think he should feel honored The real prosper from such events, my lord, Grandmaster Percy said. They bring the chance of glory, and the slowly is respite from their work, and put coin in many a pocket. Littlefinger had everything in this city is full, and the walls are walking bullet and juggling with each step. But dryly laughed, we are fortunate, my brother, Stanley is not with us. Remember the time he proposed to outlaw brother. The king asked him if perhaps he would like to outlaw eating, cheating and breaking while he was at it. If truth be told, I oftentimes wonder how Stanley ever got that ugly daughter of his. He goes to his marriage bed like a man marching to a battlefield with a green look in his eyes and a determination to do his duty. Ned had not joined the laughter. I wonder about your brother Stanley as well. I wonder when he intends to end his visit to Dragonstone and resume his seat on his council. No doubt, as soon as we have scourged all those war into the sea, Littlefinger replied, provoking more laughter. I have had quite enough about wars for one day. Ned said dryly until the morrow. How will I dull when Ned returned to the tower of the island? Summon Jory to my chamber and tell your father to saddle my horse. Ned told him, too brusquely, as you say, my lord, the red keep at the ants stunning, yet shuffling in raw. Ned reflected as he climbed. He yearned for the comfort of Kathleen and for the sound of drum, and John crossing sword in the practice yard. For the cool day and cool night of the north, in the chamber he strapped off his castle stick and sat for a moment with the book while he waited for Jory to arrive. The lineage and history of the great horses of the artists of the Seven Kingdoms, with displeasure of many high lords and nobles, ladies, and their children. My Grandmaster Melion, Percy spoke truly. It made for pendulous reading, yet John Harry had asked for it, and Ned felt certain he had read it. There was something here, some thick buried in this brittle yellow page. If only he could see it, but what? The tones was over a century old. Scarcely a man now alive had yet been born when Malian had compiled a state list of wedding, births and death. He opened to the section on House Lannister once more and turned the page slowly, hoping against hope that something would leap out at him. The Lannister were an old family tracing their descent back to line. The clever, a tricker from the age of heroes who was no doubt as legendary as Brown the Builder, though for more beloved of singers and tale-teller in the song. Nan was the fellow who wickled the castle out of Castle Rock with no weapon, yet he sweet and stole gold from the sun to bristle his curly hair. Ned wishes he were here now to winkle the truth out of the damnable book. A sharp rap on the door. I read that Jory Castle. Ned closed Melion, tones and bid him enter. I have promised the city watch 20 of my guard until the turn is done. He told him, I rely on you to make the choice. Give Alan a commander and make certain the men understand that they are needed to stop fight. Not start them. Rising, Ned opened a cedar chest and removed a line under tonic. Did you find the stable boy? The watchman, my lord, Jory said. He vows he will never touch another horse. What did he have to say? He claims he knew Lord Arryn well, fast friend the year. Jory snorted. The Anne always gave the land a cup on their name day. He says had a way with horses, never rode his mouth to her and brought them carrot and apples. So they were always pleased to see him. Carrot and apples, Ned repeated. It sounded as if the boy would be even less used than the other, and it was the last of the four little fingers had turned off. Jory had spoken to each of them in turn. Sir, all has been brushed with an uniformity and arrogant as only midnight can be. If the hand wishes to talk to him, he should be pleased to receive him, but he will not be questioned by the mere captain of guard, even if said captain was 10 years older and 100 times a swordman. The servant had at least been pleased. She said Lord John had been reading more than was good for him, that he was troubled and melancholy over his young son Fratty, and brought with his lady wife. The potboy now called Warner had never exchanged so much as a word with Lord John, but he was full of ornaments of kitchen gossip. The Lord had been quarreling with the king. The Lord only picked at his food. The Lord was sending his boy to be posted on Dragonstone. The Lord had taken a great interest in the breeding of hunting horns. The Lord had visited a master armorer to commission a new suit of plate, wrung all in pale silver with a blue jasper falcon and a mother of purity moon on the breast. The king's own brother had gone with him to help choose the design. The potboy said, "No, not Lord Raleigh. The other one, Lord Stannis. Did our watchmen record anything else of late?" The lad swear Lord John was as strong as a man, half his age, often fell riding with Lord Stannis. He says Stannis again, Ned thought he found that curious. John Arryn and he had been cordial but never friendly, and while Robert had been riding north to Winterfell, Stannis has removed himself. Stannis has removed the watchman before and thenceforth, and Larry swear Lord John was as strong as a man half his age. Often we tried him with Lord Stannis. He was Stannis. Again, Ned thought he found that period. And Jory and he had been cordial but never friendly. And while Robert had been riding north to Winterfell, Ned had removed himself to Dragonstone. The Targaryen island fastness had caught in his brother name. He had given a word as to when he might return. Where did they go on this ride? Ned asked. The boy says that he visited a brother. A brother? Ned said, the Lord of the Iris and Hand of the Kings visited a brother with Stannis Baratheon. He shook his head, incredulous, wondering what Lord Raleigh and what would make of this tidbit. Robert blushed were the subject of a rebound, drinking song throughout the realm. But Stannis was a different sort of man, a bare year younger than the king, yet utterly unlike him, staring harmlessly, unforgiving grin in his sense of eating. The boy insisted. It's true, the aunt took 3 guardsmen with him, and the boy says they were joking of it when he took their horses afterward. Which brother? Ned asked. The boy did not know. The guard knew. The pity lights that carried them up to the valley. Ned said dryly, the gods are doing their best to bless us. The Lysa, Master Colemon, Lord Stannis, everyone who might actually know the truth of what happened to John Arryn is 1,000 leagues away. Will you summon Lord Stannis back from Dragonstone? Not yet, Ned said, not until I have a better notion of what this is all about and where he stands. The matter nagged at him. Why did Stannis leave? Had he played some part in John Arryn's murder, or was he afraid? Ned found it hard to imagine what could frighten Stannis Baratheon, who had once heard storm, and through a year of siege, surviving on a raft and boots leader while the lords, Tyrion and red wine, sat outside with their host, banqueting in sight of his wall. Bring me my doublet, if you would, the grave, with the dire wolf siege. I want the armourer to know who I am. It might make him more forthcoming. Jory went to the wardrobe, Lord Raleig's brother, to Lord Stannis as well as the king, yet it seems that he was not invited on this ride. Ned was not sure what to make of Raleigh. With all his friendly ways and easy smile, a few days passed. He had taken Ned aside to show him an exquisite rose gold locklet. Inside was a miniature painted, the vivid mystery style of a lovely young girl with those eyes and a cascade of soft brown hair. Mary had seemed anxious to know if the girl reminded him of anyone. And when Ned had no answer but a shrug, he had seemed disappointed. The maid was Laura's, Tyra's sister Margaret. He did confess, but there were those who said she looked like Leanna. No, Ned had told him. The most could it be that Lord Rennie, who looked so like a young Robert, had convinced a passion for a girl a face to be a young Lina? That struck him as more than passing queer. Though he had asked the daplet and Ned slide his hand through the armholes. Perhaps Lord Stannis will return for Robert. Tony, he said as Joe relaxed the garment off the back. That would be a stroke of fortune, my lord. Joe said. Ned buckled on a long sword. In other words, not bloody like him. His smile was grim. Jory dropped fortune. Jory dropped Ned's claw across his shoulder and clasped it at the throat with the armed bondage of office. The armorer lived above his shop in a large house at the top of the street of steel. Harry knows the way, my lord. Ned nodded. The gods helped this pot boy if he sent me large ass at the top. Set me off Harry after shadows. It was a slim enough staff to lean on. But the joke that John Harry that Ned Stark had known was not wrong to wear jewel and silver plate. Steel was steel. It was made for protection, not ornament. He might have changed his view, to be sure. He would scarcely have been the first man who came to look on things different after a few years at court. But the change was marked enough to make Ned wonder, is there any other service I might perform? I suppose you did best begin visiting war houses. Have duty, my lord. Jory Grant, the men will be glad to help. Portner has made a first start already. Ned's favorite horse was saddled and waiting in the yard. Valley and Jack felt beside him as he rode through the yard. Their steel caps and shields of mail must have been sweating, yet they said no word of complaint. As Lord Eddard Stark passed beneath the king's gate into the stink of the city, his grey and white claws streaming from the shadow, he saw eyes everywhere and kicked his mouth into a truth. His guard followed. He looked behind his frequent as they made their way through the crowded city street. Tommen and Desmond had left the castle early this morning to take up position on the route they must take and watch for anyone following them, but even so, Ned was uncertain. The shadow of the king's spider and his little bed had him frightened like a maiden on a wedding night. The street of steel began at the market square beside the river gate, as it was named on maps. On the moat gate, as it was commonly called, a marble on steel was striding through the true like some great descent, with a horde of barefoot children trailing behind him. Halting elsewhere, two red boys, no older than Brown, were duly with stick. To the loud encouragement of some and furious curses of others, an old woman ended the courtesy by leaning out of her window and emptying a bucket of slope on the head of the combatant in the shadow of the wall. Farmers stood beside their wagon, bellowing at apples, the best apples, cheap at twice the price, and blood mellow, sweet as honey, and turnips, onions, roots. Here you go, here. Here you go, turnip, onion, roots. Here you go, here. The moat gate was open, and a squad of city watchmen stood under the portcullis in their golden cloth, leaning on spear, when a column of riders appeared from the west. The guardsmen sprang into action, shooting command and moving the cart and foot traffic aside to let the knight enter with his escort. The first rider through the gate carried a long black banner. The silk rippled in the wind like a living thing. Across the fabric was blazoned a night sky slashed with purple lightning. Make way for the Lord Beric. The rider shouted, make way for the Lord Beric. And close behind came the young lord himself, a dashing figure on a black courser, and red gold hair and a black satin cloth dust with stars. Here to fight in the hands turning, My lord, the guardsman called out to him. Yes, to win the iron stunner. But Derek shouted, back! As the crowd shrieked, Ned turned off the square, yet the streak of steel began and followed its whipping path up a long hill. Past blacksmith working at open ford, free riders angling over mail sheets, and grizzled ironmongers stealing old blades and razors from their wagons. The farther they climbed, the larger the building grew. The man they wanted was all the way at the top of the hill, in a huge house of timber and plaster, whose upper stories loomed over the narrow street. The double doors showed a haunting scene carved in ebony and wired wood. A pair of stone knights stood sentry at the entrance, armored in fanciful suit of polished red steel that transformed them into grey and uniform. Ned left his horse with Jack and shouldered his way inside. The slim young servant took quick note of Ned, bandage and the sigil on his doublet, and the master came hurrying out, all smiles and bows. Wine for the king's hands. He told the girls, get your name to a coach. I am Toby Mort. My lord, please, put yourself at ease. He wore a black velvet coat with armor, embroidered on the sleeve in silver thread. Around his neck was a heavy silver chain and a sapphire as large as a pigeon egg. If you are in need of new arms for the arm tournament, you have come to the right shop. Ned did not bother to correct him. My work is costly, and I make no apologies for that. My lord, he said as he flew to martial silver goblet. You will not find craftsmanship before to man anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. I promise you visit every port in King's Landing if you like and compare it for yourself. Any village smith can hammer out a sheet of nail. My work is art. Ned sipped his wine and let the man go on. The knight of flower bought all his armor here. Tobo, Boston, and many lords. The one who knew fine steel and even Lord Raleigh, the king's own brother. Perhaps the aunt had seen Lord Raleigh new armor, the green plate with the golden antler. No other armorer in the city could get that deep the green. He knew the secret of putting color in steel himself. Pet and element were the crushes of a journeyman, or lay perhaps the arm wanted a blade. Tuor had learned to walk malaria still at the fall of Pornham as a boy. Only a man who knew despair could take hold weapon and forge them anew. The dire wolf is the siege of us that Aztec. It is not. I could fashion a dire wolf end to rear that children will run from you in the street. We vow, Ned smiled. Did you make a falcon end for Lord Harry? Toby Mott paused a long moment and set aside his wine. The hand did call upon me with Lord Stannis, the king's brother. I regret to say they did not honor me with their poneglyph. Ned looked at the man eagerly, saying nothing, waiting. He had found over the years that silence sometimes gathered more than question, and so it was this time. They asked to see the boy, the armorer said, so I took that back to you. For the boy made echoes. He had no notion who the boy might be. I should like to see the boy as well. Tubo Mott gave him a cool, careful look. As to which, my lord, he said with no trace of his former friendliness. He led Ned up a rear door and across a narrow yard, back to the governor, stone barn where his work was done. When the armorer opened the door, the blast of the hot air that came through made Ned feel as though he were walking into a dragon's mouth inside, a forge blaze in each corner, and the air stank of smoke and sulfur. Journeymen armorer glanced up from their armor and turned just long enough to wipe the sweat from their brows, while their chested apprentice boy walked the below. The master called over a tall lad about Rob's age. his arm and chest quarter with muscle. This is Lord Stark, the new hand of the king, he told him as the boy looked at Ned through swollen blue eyes and pushed back sweat-soaked hair with the finger. Thick hair, shaggy and unkempt and black as ink. The shadow of a new beard darkened his jaw. This is Jedrin, strong for his age, and he worked hard, showed the arm that Hermes made. Lad almost shivered. The boy led him to his bench at a steel end shaped like a bull egg, with two great curving horns. Ned turned the end over in his hand. It was raw, stiff, and polished with especially sharp. This is fine work. I would be pleased if you would let me buy it. The boy snatched it out of his hand. It is not for me, he said. Tubo mocked look awe-struck. Boy, this is the king's hand. If his lordship wanted this end, make him a gift of it. He honored you by asking. I made it for me. The boy said, stubbornly, a hundred pardon, my lord. His master said horribly to Ned. The boy squirmed as new steel, and like new steel would profit from some beating. That ends Johnny's work at best. Forgive him, I promise. I will craft you a aim like none you have ever seen. He's done nothing that requires my forgiveness. Gendry, when Lord Harry came to see you, what did you talk about? He asked me question is all. Emerald, what sort of question? The boy shrugged. How was I? And was I well treated? And if I liked the work and stuff about my mother, who she was and what she looked like and all. What did you tell him? Ned asked. The boy shook a fresh fall of black hair on his forehead. She died when I was little. She had yellow hair, and sometimes she used to sing to me. I remember she walked in an iron house. Did Lord Stark question you as well? The bar one? No, not him. He never said no word. Just glanced at me like I was some rapper who done for his daughter. Mind your filthy tongue, the master said. This is the king's own hand. The boy lowered his eyes. A smart boy, yet stubborn, that earned the other call him bull-headed, so he threw it in their teeth. Ned touched the ball head, fingering the thick black hair. Look at me, Gendry. The apprentice lifted his face. Ned studied the shape of his jaw. The eyes like blue eyes. Yes, he thought, I see. Go back to your work. Lad, I am sorry to have bothered you. He walked back to the house with the master, who paid the boy apprentice fee. He asked slightly. Maud looked fretful. We saw the boy, such a strong boy. Those hands of his those hands were made for hammer. He had much promise. I took him on without a fee. The truth now, Ned all. The streets are full of strong boys. The day you take on an apprentice without a fee will be the day the work comes down. Who paid for him? Alone, the master said. Alone, he gave no name and wore no siege on his coat. He paid in gold, twice his customary sum, and said he was paying once for the boy and once for my salary. Describe him. He was stooped, round of shoulder, not so tall as you. Brown there, but there was a bit of red in it. I will swear he wore a rich cloth that I do remember. Heavy purple velvet worked with silver thread. But the hook showed his face and I never did see him clear. He hesitated a moment. My lord, I want no trouble. None of us want trouble. But I fear these are troubled times. Master Mott, Ned said, you know who the boy is? I am only an armorer, my lord. I know what I am told. You know who the boy is? Ned repeated patiently. That is not a question. The boy is my apprentice. The master said. He looked Ned in the eyes, stubborn as old iron. Who he was before he came to me, that's none of my concern. Ned nodded. He decided that he liked Tubo, Mott Master Armorer. If the day ever comes when Gendry would rather wear a sword than hold one, send him to me. He has the look of a warrior. Until then, you have my thanks, Master Mott, and my promise. Should I ever want to end to frighten children? This would be the first place I visit. This guy was waiting outside with the horses. Did you find anything, my lord? Jack asked as Ned mounted up. I did, Ned told him, wondering what had done Harry wanted with a king's bastard and why was it worth his life. Next, Kathleen, my lady, you ought to cover your head. Sir Roderick told her as their horses plundered north. You will take a shield. It is only water, Sir Roderick, Kathleen replied. Her hair hung wet and heavy. A loose strand struck to her forehead, and she could imagine her rage and why she must look. But for once she did not care. The southern rain was soft and warm. Kathleen liked the feels of it on her face. Gentle as a mother kisses, he took her back to her childhood, so to long grey days at Trigron. She remembered the brushwood, dropping branches heavy with moisture, and the sound of her brother laughter as he chased her through piles of damp bleach. She remembered making mug pies with Elisha, the weight of them. The mug slid and broke between her fingers. He had sent them to Littlefinger, giggling, and he did eating so much mug he was sick for a week. How much young they all had been. Kathleen had almost forgotten. In the north, the rain felt cold and hard, and sometimes at night it turned to ice. It was as like to kill a crop as nurture it, and he said grown men running for the nearest shelter. That was no rain for little girls to play in. I am soaked through, Sir Roderick complained. Even my bones are wet. The wood pressed close around them, and the steady pattern of rain on leaves was accompanied by the small sucking sound. Their horses made as their hooves pulled free of the mugs. We will want a fire tonight, my lady, and the hot meal will send us both. There is an inn at the crossroad up ahead. Kathleen told him she had slept many a night there in her. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. She saw it night and day and seems to have an endless supply of smiles and sweet cake for the children. The sweet cake had been soaked with honey, rich and heavy on the tongue, but our Kathleen had dreaded those smiles. The solid had stained Marcia's teeth a dark red and made her smile a bloody horror and in Sir Roderick repeated peacefully. If only that we dare not trace it. If you wish to remain unknown, I think it's best we seek out some small old farm. He broke up at the end sand off the road, splashing water. The creak of milk, the horse whinnying, rider he won, his hand dropped into the hilt of his sword. Even on the King's Road, it never ought to be weary. They followed the sand around a lazy bend of the road and saw them, a column of armed men mostly holding a swallowing stone. Kathleen ran up to let them pass, the banner in the hand of the foremost rider, hung solid and limp. But the guardsmen wore indigo claw, and on their shoulder flew the silver eagle of Seagull. Malista, Sir Roderick whispered to her as if she had not known. My lady, best pull up your book. Kathleen made no moves. Lord Johnson with Malisa himself rode with them, surrounded by his knight. His son Patrick by his side, and their squid close behind. They were riding for King's Landing, and the hands tunnel. She knew for the past week the travellers had been thick as flies upon the King's Road. Knight and free riders, singers with their arms and drum, heavy wagon laden with hoops on corn on castle of honey, trader and craftsmen and wolves, and all of them moving south. She studied Lord Jackson boldly. The last time she had seen him, he had been jesting with her uncle at her wedding feast. The Malista stood bannerman to the Tory, and his gift had been lavish. His brown hair was sorted with white now, his face shield got by time, yet the years had not touched his pride. He rode like a man who feared nothing. Kathleen envied him that she had come to fear so much, as The rider passed. Lord Johnson nodded a court greeting, but it was only a high nod, courtesy to strangers Charles met on the road. There was no recognition in those fierce eyes, and his son did not even waste a look. He did not know you, Sir Roderick said after. Wondering, he saw a pair of mob, spotted travelers by the side of the road. Wet and stared it would never occur to him to suspect that one of them was the daughter of his liege lord. I think we shall be safe enough at the inn. Sir Roderick, it was near dark when they reached it, at the crossroads of a great conference of the Trident. Marcia Ellen was fatter and grayer than Kathleen, remember, still showing her softly that she gave them only the most cursory of look, with nary a hint of her ghastly red smile. 2 rooms at the top of the stair. That's all there is, she said, showing all the while. They are under the bell tower. You will not be missing me, though there is something it to nosy can be earth we are full of, or near us, make no matter. In those rooms, on the road, it was those rooms, low dusty garret at the top of a crampy narrow staircase. Leave your books down here, Marcia told them after she taken their coat. The boy will clean them. I would not have you tracking mob up my stair. Mind the bell. Those who come late to a meal do not eat. There were no smile and no mention of sweet cakes. When the supper bell rang, the sound was defeating. Kathleen had changed into dry cloth. She sat by the window watching rain run down the pane. The glass was leaky and full of bubbles, and the wet dust was falling outside. Kathleen could just make out the moody crossing where the 2 great roads met. The crossroad gave her pause. If they turned west from there, it was an easy ride down to Rivron. Her father had always given her wise counsel when she needed it most, and she yearned to talk to him, to warn him of the gathering storm. If Winterfell needed to brace for war, how much more so Roderick, so much closer to King's Landing, with the power of Kathleen Rock moving to the west like a shadow. If only her father had been stronger, she might have chanced it. But Oscar Tully had been bedridden these past 2 years, and Kathleen was loath to tax him now. The eastern road was wider and more dangerous, climbing through rocky foothill and thick forest into the mountains of the moon, past high passes and deep chains to the Vale of Arryn and the stunning finger beyond. Above the vale, the Irish stood high and impregnable, with tower reaching far the sky. There she would find her sister, and perhaps some of the answer Ned sought. Surely Lysa knew more than she had dared to put in her letter. She might have the very proof that Ned needed to bring the Lannister to Rome, and if it came to war, they would need the Arryns and the Eastern Lords who owned their service. Yet the mountain road was perilous. Shadow cats crawled those past, rock spikes were common, and the mountain clouds were lawless brigands, descending from the heights to rob and kill and melting away like snow whatever the night rode out from the valley and set of them. Even John Arryn, as great a long as any the Arryns had ever known, had always traveling strength when he crossed the mountain. Kathleen's only strength was one elderly knight's armor in loyalty. No, she thought Rivron and the Arryns would have to wait. Her path ran north to Winterfell, where her son and her duty were waiting for her. As soon as they were safe past the lake, she could declare herself one of Ned Banner's men and send riders racing ahead with others to mount a march on the King's Road. The rain obscured the field beyond the crossroad, but Kathleen saw the land clear enough in the memory. The marketplace was just across the way, and the village, nigh farther on, half 100 winged cottage surrounding a small stone set. There would be more now. The summer had been long and peaceful. North of here, the King's Road ran along the green forks of the Trident, through fertile days and green woodland, past trading fast-driven towns, and stood hold fast and castle of the rivers, Lord. Kathleen knew them all, the Blackwood and the Brackets ever-endings, whose quarrels that father was obliged to settle. Lady went last of our land, who dwell with our ghost in the carnival's vault of arena, irascible Lord Frey, who had outlived 7 wives and filled his slain castle with children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and bastard and grand-bastard as well. All of them were bannermen to the tourney, their swords sworn to the service of region. Kathleen wondered if that would be enough. If it came to war, our father was the specialist man who didn't ever live, and she had no doubt that he would call his banner. But would the banner come? The Darius and the Rangers and Newtons had sworn oath to Riverton as well, yet they had fought with Rhaegar, Targaryens and the Tradon. While Lord Frey had arrived with his ladies well after the battle was over, leaving some doubt as to which army he had planned to join. Yes, he had assumed the victor solemn in the aftermath, but ever after our father had called him the late Lord Frey, it must not come to war. Kathleen thought fervently they must not let it. Sir Roderick came for her just as the dead seized it with Bradlock. We had best make haste if we hope to eat tonight. My lady, it might be safer if we were not night and lady until we pass the lake. She told him, come on, traveller attract less notice. A father and daughter taken to the road on some family business. Say as you say, my lady. Sir Roderick agreed. It was only when she laughed that he realized what he'd done. The old courtesy died out my daughter. He tried to talk on his missing whisker and seeing the expiration. Kathleen took his hand. Come, father, she said. You will find that Marcia has set a new table. I think they try not to praise her. You truly don't want to see her smile. The common room was long and drafty, with a row of huge wooden kegs at one end and a fireplace at the other. The serving boy ran back and forth with skewers of meat, while Marcia drew beer from the key, chewing her softly all the while. The bench were crowded, town folks and farmers mingling freely with all manner of travellers. The cross was made for old companion Dyer with black and purple, and shared a bench with river men raking off fish, an iron spade tip with morsel squeezing in beside a minced old septum, half-beaten self-worn and soft plum Marshall swamp news like boom companion. The company included more sword than Kathleen would have liked. Tilly by the fire wore the red stallion bondage of the breastplate, and there was a large party in blue steel raiment and cape of a silver grey. On their shoulder was another familiar seat, the twin tower of houses. Frey, she studied their face, but they were all too young to have known her. The senior among them would have been no older than Brant when she went north. Sir Roderick found them an empty place on the bench near the kitchen. Across the table, a handsome youth was fingering a wood harp. 7 blessings to you, good folk, he said as they sat. An empty wine cup stood on the table before him. And to you, singer, Kathleen returned. Sir Roderick called for bread and meat and beer in a tune that meets now. The singer, a youth of some 18 years, I then boldly and asked where they were going, and from where they had come, and what news they had. Letting the question fly as quick as arrow, never pausing for an answer. We left King Granville a fortnight ago. Kathleen replied, answering the safest of his question. That's where I am born. The youth said, as he had suspected it was more interesting in telling his own story than in hearing theirs. Since I love nothing half so well as the sound of their own voice. The hands stung a man's rich lord with fat pulses. The last time I came away with more silver than I could carry, or would have, if I had not lost it all betting on the Kingslayer to win the day. the girls from on the gambler, Sir Roderick said stingingly. He was of the north and shared the stark view on tournament. They frowned on me for settling, the singer said. Your clear goals and the night of flower will altogether give me. No doubt that was a lesson for you. Sir Roderick said it was this time my coin with champion Sir Laurent. Sir Roderick tried to talk at Whisker that they were not there. But before he could frame a rebuke, the serving ball came scoring up. He laid treasuries of bread before them and filled them with shots of ground meat in skewer, dripping with hot juice. Another skewer emptied tiny onion for fire pepper and fat mushroom. Sir Roderick said to Rossley as the lad ran back to fetch them here. My name is Marion, the singer said, plucking a string on his wood arm. Doubtless you have earned me leave. Somewhere. His manner made Catherine smile. Few wandering singers ever venture as far north as Winterfell. Then she knew him like from her girlhood in Wigram. I fear not, she told him. He drew a plenty cord from the wood arm. That is your loss, he said. Who was the finest singer you have ever heard? Allian of Grover, Sir Roderick answered at once. Oh, I am much better than that old stick. Marion said, if you have the receiver for a song, I will gladly show you. I might have a copper or two, but I will sooner toss it down a well than pay for your outlay. Sir Roderick Gross, his opinion of singer was well known. Music was a lovely thing for girls, but he could not comprehend why any healthy boy would pull his hand with a hand when he might have had a sword. Your grandfather had a soul nature, Marina said to Catherine. I need to do you honor and homage to your beauty. In truth, I was made to sing for kings and high lords. Oh, I can see that. Catherine said, Lord, Tommy is fond of song. I hear no doubt. You have been a reverend 100 times, the singer said airily. They keep the shabba for me. And the young lord is like a brother. Catherine smiled. Wonder what Edmund would think of that. Another singer had once bended the girl and brother first. We have hated the breed ever since. And Winterfell, she asked him, have you traveled north? Why would I? Marion asked. It's all blizzard and bear skin up there, and the stuff knows no music but the falling of wolves. Distantly she was aware of the door banging open at the far end of the room. Keep, a servant voice called her behind her. We have horses that want stabling, and my lord of Lannister required the room and a hot bath. Oh, God, Sir Roderick said before Catherine reached out to silence him. Her finger tightening hard around his poor head. Marshal Heather was bowing and smiling her idiot face smile. I am sorry, Lord. Truly, we are full of every room. There were 4 of them. Catherine saw an old man in the black of the night was 2 servants and me, standing there, small and bold as life. My men will step in your stable. And as for myself, well, I don't know. I require a large room, as you can plainly see. You flash a mocking gray so long as the fire warm and the straw reasonable free of fleas. I am a happy man. Marshal Ender was beside herself. Lord, there's nothing. It is the calling, there is no help for it. Oh, Tyrell Lannister pulled a coin from his purse and flipped it up over his head. Caught it, tossed it again, even across the room. Where Catherine sat, the ring of gold was unmistakable. The free rider in a faded blue cloak launched to his feet. You are welcome to my room, Edmund. Now there is a clever man. As said as he sent his coin spanning across the room. The free rider smashed it from the head and the maple one to boot. The dwarf come back to Marshal Edmund, so you will be able to manage me. I trust. Anything you like, Edmund, anything at all, the innkeep promised. And maybe choke on it. Catherine thought that it was brown. She saw choking drawn on his own blood. Lannister glanced at the nearest table. My men will have whatever you are serving these people. Double portion. We have had a long hard drive. I will take a roast fowl, chicken, dog pigeon. It makes no matter, and send off a flagon of your best wine. Miriam, will you sup with me? Hi, Lord, I will. The black brother replied. The dwarf had not so much as glanced towards the far end of the room, and Catherine was thinking how grateful she was for the crowded benches between them when suddenly Maria bounded to his feet. My lord of Marister, he called out, I will be pleased to entertain you while you eat. Let me sing you lay of your father's great victory at King's Landing. Nothing would be more likely to ruin my supper, the dwarf said dryly. His mismatched eyes considered the singer briefly, started to move away, and turned Catherine. He looked at her for a moment. Puzzled, she turned her face away. But too late. The dwarf was smiling. Then he stopped. What an unexpected pleasure, he said. I was sorry to miss you at Winterfell. Maria gasped at her, confusing, giving way to chagrin as Catherine rose slowly to her feet. She ate several because if only the man had lingered at the wall. She thought if only Lady Stark, Marshal Albert said, quickly, I was still Catherine Tully. The last time I bedded here, she told the innkeep she could hear the muttering fear in the eyes upon her. Catherine glanced around the room at the face of the night and sworn sword, and took a deep breath to slow the frantic beating of her heart. Did she dare take the risk? There was no time to think it through, only the moment and the sound of her own voice ringing in her ears. You in the corner, she said to an old man she had not noticed until now. Is that the black bat of arena I see embroidered on your so-coat? Sir, the man got to his feet. It is man, my lady, and his lady were a true honest friend to my father, Lord Toski Tully of Rivron. She is the man, replied softly. So Rory close quickly and used his sword in his scabbard. The dwarf was blinking at them. Blank face, the puzzled man in his mismatched eyes. The rest time was ever a welcome sight to Rivron. She said to the rear by the fire, my father camped Jonas Bracken among his oldest and most loyal bannermen. The three men at times exchanged uncertain looks. Our Lord is honored by his trust. One of them said instantly, I heard your father all this fine friend. Larissa quit, but I did not quit see the purpose of this. Lady Stark, she ignored him, turning to the large pack in the blue and grey. They were the heart of the matter. There were more than 20 of them. I know your siege as well. The twin tower of prey. How fare your good lord, sir? Their captain rose. Lord, water is well. And maybe he plans to take a new wife on his 19th name day, and has asked your lord to honor the wedding with his presence. Carolina sniggered. That was when Captain knew he was the ass. This man came a guest into my house, and yet conspired to murder my son, a boy of 7. She proclaimed to the room at last, pointing Sir Roderick, moved to her side, his sword in hand. In the name of King Robert and the God and the good Lord, he said, I call upon you to seize him and help me return him to Winterfell to amid the king's justice. She did not know what was more satisfying, the sound of a dozen swords drawn as one on the look on Tyrone Lannister's face. Next, Sansa rode to the armed tunnel with scepter, mother, and Jenny full in a litter with curtains of yellow silk of fine sheen could see right through them. They turned the old walls gold. Beyond the city walls, a 100 pavilion had been raised beside the river, and the common folks came out in the thousands to watch the set today. The splendor of it all took Sansa's breath away. The shiny armor, the great Shanja caparison in silver and gold, the shock of craft, the banner snapping in the wind, and the knights themselves, the knight most of all. It is better than the song, she whispered when they found the place that her father had promised her among the high lords and ladies. Sansa was dressed beautifully that day, in a green gown that brought her the armor of her hair, and she knew they were looking at her and smiling. They watched the heroes of the 100-song ride fought, each more fabulous than the last. The 7 knights of the King's Guard took the field, all but Jaime Lannister in scale armor, the color of milk, their claw as white as fresh fallen snow. Sam Jr. wore the white claw as well, but beneath it he was shining gold from head to foot with a lion's sheep head and a golden sword. Sir Gregory gleamed the mountain that tried, thunder past them like an unvarnished. That I remember Lord Royce, who had guessed at Winterfell 2 years before. His armor is blazing, thousands and thousands of years old, engraved with magic runes that ward in against harm. She whispered to Jane, scepter more than pointed at Lord Johnson Malista in indigo chased with silver, the wings of an eagle in his hand. He had cut down the 3 of Rhaegar's bannermen on the trident. The guards giggled over the warrior priest, Taurus of Mine, with his flapping red robes and shield head until the scepter told them that he had once scaled the walls of Peak with a flaming sword in hand. Other riders Sansa did not know. Edgeland from the fingers and Highgarden and the mountains of Dawn, unsung free riders and new made, screwed the younger sons of Highlord and the heads of lesser houses. Younger men most have done no great deeds as yet, but Sansa and Jaime agreed that one day the 7 kingdoms would resound to the sound of their names. Sir Balon Swans, Lord Brains, Caron of the Marshes, Grosnug A, Sir Adam Royce and his younger brother Sir Robert, the silver steel plate filigreed in bronze with the same ancient thrones that warded their father, the twins Sir Aros and Sir Ober, whose shield displays the great clustered siege of the red wines, Burgundy on Brie, Patrick Malista. But Jackson's son, 6 frays of the crossing, Sir James, Sir Austin, Sir Daniel, Sir Amos, Sir Theo, Sir Perry, son and grandson of old Lord Wally Frey, his bastard son Martin River as well. Jane Poole confessed herself frightened by the Lord of Jalabar, Zoe, and the exiled prince from the Summer Island with summer eyes, who wore a cape of green and scarlet feather over skin as dark as night. But when she saw young Lord Varys Bondarisi with his hair like red gold and his black sheep slashed by lightning, she pronounced herself willing to marry him on the eastern. The on entered the list as well, and so too the king brothers handsome Lord Renly of Storm, Ed, Jory, Ali, and Arwen rode for Winterfell and the north. Jory looked a beggar among the others. Scepter modern sniffed when he appeared. Sansa could only agree. Jory's armor was blue-grey plate without device or ornament, and a thin grey claw hung from his shoulder like a soy rag. Yet he acquitted himself well, unhorsing Aros red wine in his first joust, and one of the fray in his second. In his third match, he rode 3 passes as a free rider and a lot of room, whose armor was as drab as his own. Neither man lost his seat. The broom lance was steadier and his blow better placed, and the king gave him the victory. Alim and Arwen fared less well. Arwen was on horse in his first team by Sir Merry of the King's Guard, while Alim fell to Sir Balin Swan. The joustlings went all day and into the docks, the hoofs of the great war houses pounding down the leaves until the field was rained wasteland and of torn earth. A dozen times Jane and Sansa cried out in unison as rider crashes together, lance exploding into splinter, while the common screamed for their favorite. Jane covered her eyes whenever a man fell, like a frightened little girl. But Sansa was made of stiller stuff. A great lady knew how to behave at tournament. Even Septa Modern noted her composure and nodded in approval. The Kingslayer rode brilliantly. He overthrew Sir Ada Royce and the Marshal Lord Braves carried as easily as if he were riding at range, and then took a hard-fought march from Whitehead's Barrister Salem who had won his first two seats against men 30 and 40 years, his junior Sandor Clegg and his immense brother Sangragon the Mountain seems unstoppable as well, riding down one foes after the next in furious style. The most terrifying moment of the day came during Sangragon's second joust, when his lance rolled up and struck a young knight from the veil under a gorget with such force that it drove through his throat, killing him instantly. The youth fell not 10 feet from where Sansa was seated. The point of Sangragon's lance had snapped off in his neck, and his life blood flowed out in slow course, each weaker than the one before. His armor was shining new. A bright streak of fire ran down his outstretched arm. As the steel caught the light, then the sun went behind the cloud, and it was gone. His color was blue, the color of the sky on a clear summer day, trimmed with a border of crescent moon, but as his blood spilled. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. Traveling with her father. Lord Oster Tully had been a restless man in his prime, always riding somewhere. She still remembered the innkeep. A fat woman named Masha had the who sit into it, the court dark and the moon turned red. One by one, Jane Poole wept too hysterically that Septa Model finally took her off to regain her composure, but Sansa sat with her hand folded in her lap, watching with a strange fascination. She had never seen a man die before. She ought to be crying too. She thought that tears would not come. Perhaps she had used up all her tears for Lady and Bran. It would be different if it had been Jory or as Sir Roderick or father. She told herself the young knight in the blue claw was nothing to her. Some stranger from the Vale of Ariel whose name she had forgotten as soon as she heard it. And now the world would forget his name too. Sansa realized there would be no song sung for him. That was sad. After they carried off the body, a boy with his spade ran onto the field and shoved death over the spot where he had fallen to cover up the blood. Then the joust resumed. Sir Bronwyn Swan also fell to Gregor and Lord Rennie to the home. Rely was on all so violent that he seems to fly backward of his charge. Legs in the air, his head hit the ground with an audible crack that made the crown gasp, but it was just the golden antler on his end. One of the thing had snapped off beneath him when Lord Rennie climbed to his feet, but common shed went widely for King Robert, and some young brother was a great favorite. He handed the broken time to his conqueror with a gracious bow. The arms noted and tossed the broken antler into the crowd. Here the common began to push and claw over the little bit of gold, until Lord Rennie walked out among them and restored the peace. By then, Septa Mother had returned alone. Jane had been feeling ill. She explained she had helped her back to his castle. Sansa had almost forgotten about Jane. Later, a hench knight in a check claw disgraced himself by killing Dorian's house and was declared forfeit. Lord Berry shifted his saddle to a new mount, only to be knocked right off it by torrents of mine. Sir Aaron staggered and Lawton Broom tackled tries without result. Sir Rory fell afterward. Lord Johnson, Malista and Broom to young Ross, younger son, Robert. In the end, it came down to four. The Horn and his monstrous brother Gregor, Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, and Sir Lawrence Tide, the youth they called the Knight of the Flower. Sir Lawrence was the youngest son of Max Tyrus, the Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. At 16, he was the youngest rider on the field, yet he had on all spirit knight of the King's Guard that morning in his first 3 jousts. Sansa had never seen anyone so beautiful. His plate was intricate fashion, and enmanned as a banquet of 1,000 different flowers, and the snow white stallion was strapped in a blanket of red and white roses. After each victory, Shalloras would remove his helmet, and ride slowly round the fence, and finally pluck a single white rose from the blanket and toss it to some fair maidens in the crowd. His last match of the day was against the younger Rose. Sir Robert assessed Rose proved small protection as Sir Laura split his shield and drove him from his saddle to crash with an awful clagon in the dead. Robert lay mourning as the victor made his circuit of the field. Finally they called for a litter and carried him off to his tent, dazed and unmoving. Sansa never saw it. Her eyes were only for Sir Lawrence when the white horse stopped in front of her. She thought her heart would boast to the other maidens he had given white rose, but the one he plucked for her was red. Sweet lady, he said, no victory is half so beautiful as you. Sansa took the flower timidly, struck dumb by his gallantry. His hair was a mass of lazy brown cord, his eye like liquid gold. She inhaled the sweet fragrance of the rose, and sat clutching it long after Sir Lawrence had ridden off. When Sansa finally looked up, a man was standing over her, staring. He was shot with a pointed spear and a silver trick in his head, almost as old as her father. He must be one of our daughters, he said to her. He had grey-green eyes that did not smile when his mouth did. You have the tolly look. I am Sansa Stark, she said, ill at ease. The man wore a heavy cloak with a fur collar, fastened with a silver mockingbird, and he had the effortless manner of a high lord, but she did not know him. I have not had the honor, my lord. Septa mother quickly took a hand. Sweet child, this is Lord Peter Bellish of the king's small castle. Your mother was my queen of beauty once, the man said quickly, his breath smiled of meat. You have her hair. His finger brushed against her cheek as he stroked one auburn lobe, quite abstract. He turned and walked away. By then the moon was well up and the crowd was tired. So the king decreed that the last 3 matches would be fought the next morning before the meals. While the common began their walk home, talking of the day just and the matches to come on the morning, the court moved to the riverside to begin the feast. 6 monstrous huge orange had been roasting for all hours, turning slowly on wooden spit, while kitchen boys basted them with butter and herbs until the meat crackled and spit. Tables and benches had been raised outside the pavilion, piled high with sweet grass and strawberries and fresh baked bread. Sansa and Septa mother were given place of high honor to the left of the race, that where the king himself sat beside his queen. When Prince Joffrey seated himself to her right, she felt her throat tighten. He had not spoken a word to her since the awful thing had happened, and she had not dared to speak to him. At first she thought she hated him for what they did done to Lady, but after Sansa had wept her eye dry, she told herself that it had not been Joffrey doing. Not truly, the queen had done it. She was the one to hate her and Arya. Nothing bad would have happened except for Arya. She could not hate Joffrey tonight. It was too beautiful to hate. He wore a deep blue doublet something with a double row of golden lion's head, and around his brow a slim coronet made of gold and sapphire. His hair was as bright as the metal. Sansa looked at him and trembled, afraid that he might ignore her or worse, turn hateful again and send her weeping from the table. Instead of Joffrey smile and kiss her hand, handsome and gallant as any prince in the song had said. Sir Lawrence had escaped eyes from beauty. Sweet lady, he was too kind. She demurred, trying to remain modest and calm, though her heart was singing. Lawrence is a true knight. Do you think he will win tomorrow, my lord? No, Joffrey said, my dog will do for him, or perhaps my uncle Jaime. and in a 3 years, when I am old enough to enter this list, I shall do for them all. He raised his hand to summon his servant with a flagon of ice, summer wine, and poured her a cup. She looked anxiously at scepter model until Geoffrey leaned over and filled the scepter cup as well. So she nodded and thanked him graciously and said not another word. The servant kept the cup filled all night. Yet after Sansa could not recall ever tasting the wine, she needed no wine. She was drunk on the magic of the night, giddy with glamour, swept away by beauties she had dreamt of all her life, and never dared hope to know. Singer sat before the king's pavilion, filling the dust with music. A juggler kept a cascade of burning clubs spanning through the air. The night's horns full, the pie-faced splendid called Moonboy danced about still, all immortally making mock of everyone with such defect cruelty that Sansa wondered if he was simple after all. Even Scepter Mother was helpless before him when he sang a little song about the High Scepter. She laughed so hard she spilled wine on herself, and Joffrey was the soul of courtesy. He talked to Sansa all night, showering her with compliments, making her laugh, sharing little bits of court, gossip, explaining Moonboy, japes. Sansa was so captivated that she quite forgot all her courtesy and ignored Scepter Mother. Seated to her left all the while, the courses came and went. A thick soup of belly and venison, salad of sweet grapes and Spanish and plums sprinkled with crushed nuts, snail in onion and garlic. Sansa had never eaten snail before. Joffrey showed her how to get the snail out of the shell and fed her the first sweet morsel himself. Then came trout fresh from the river, baked in clay. Our prince helped her crack open the hard season to expose the flaky, white fleshy within. And when the meat course was brought her, he served her himself, slicing a queen's portion from the point, smiling as he laid it on her plate. She could see from the way he moved that his right arm was still troubling him. Yet he uttered not a word of complaint. Later came sweet break and pigeon pie and baked apple fragrance with cinnamon and lemon cake frosted in sugar. But by then Sansa was so stuffed that she could not manage more than 2 little lemon cake as much as she loved them. She was wondering whether she might attempt to tell when the kings began to shout. King Robert had grown louder with each course. From time to time, Sansa could hear him laughing or roaring a command over the music and the clagon of plate and cutlery, but they were too far away from her to make out his word. Now everybody heard him. No, he thundered in a voice that drowned out all other speech. Sansa was shocked to see the kings on their feet, red of face, relaying. He had a goblet of wine in one hand, and he was drunk as a man could be. You do not tell me what to do, woman. He screamed at Queen Skessa. I am king here, do you understand? I rule here, and if I say that I will fight tomorrow, I will fight. Everyone was staring. Sansa saw Sir Barrister and the king's brother Renly, and the short man who had talked to her so boldly and touched her hair, but no one made a move to interfere. The queen's face was a mark so bloodless that it might have been scooped from snow. She rose from the table, gathered her skirt around her, and stormed off in silence, servant trailing behind. Jaime Lannister put a hand on the king's shoulder, but the king shoved him away hard. Lannister stumbled and fell. The king's gulf way, the great knight, I can still knock you in the dead. Remember that, Kingslayer? He slapped his chest with the jeweled goblet, splashing wine all over his satin tunic. Give me my armor. I'm not a man in the realm, and stand before me. General Lanista rose and brushed himself off. As you say, Your Grace. His voice was stiff, but Riley came forward smiling. You have spilled your wine. Robert, let me bring you a fresh goblet. Sansa started as Geoffrey laid his hand on her hand. It grows late, the prince said. He had a quaint look on his face, as if he were not seeing her at all. Do you need an escort back to the castle? No, Sansa began. She looked for Septa Morden and was startled to find her with her head on the table, snoring soft and ladylike snore. I mean to say, yes, thank you. That would be most kind. I am tired and the way is so dark. I should be glad for some protection. Geoffrey called at the door. Sodom Clegane seems to take form out of the night. So quickly did he appear. He had exchanged his armor for a red woolen tunic with a leather dog head sewn on the front. The light of the torch made his bone face shine a dull red. Yes, Your Grace, he said, take my betrothed back to the castle and see that no harms befall her. The prince told him brusquely, and without a word of farewell, Geoffrey stood up, leaving her there. Sansa could feel the Hound watching her. Did you think Geoff was going to take you? He said. He laughed. He had a laugh like the snarling of a dog in a pit. Small chance of that. He pulled her unresisting to her feet. Come, you are not the only one who needs sleep. I have drunk too much, and I may need to kill my brother tomorrow. He laughed again, suddenly terrified. Sansa pushed her Septa Morden shoulder, hoping to wake her, but she only snored the louder. King Robert had stumbled off, and half the bench were suddenly empty. The feast was over, and the beautiful dream had ended with it. The Hound snatched up a torch to light their way. Sansa followed close beside him. The ground was rocky, and on it, the flickering light made it seem to shift and move beneath her. She kept her eyes lowered, watching where she placed her feet. They walked among the pavilion, each with its banner and its armor hung outside, the silence weighing heavy with every step. Sansa could not bear the sight of him. He frightened her so, yet she had been raised in all the way of courtesy. A true lady would not notice his face. She told himself, you rode gallantly today, Sir Sodom. She made herself say, Sodom Clegane, sneered at her. Spare me your empty little compliment, girl, and your star. I am no knight. I spit on them and their vows. My brother is a knight. Did you see him ride today? Yes, Sansa whispered, trembling. He was gallant. The Hound finished. He was mocking her. She realized no one could withstand him. She managed at last, proud of himself. It was no lie. Sandor Clegane stopped suddenly in the middle of a dark and empty field. She had no choice but to stop beside him. Some Septa train you well? You are like one of those girls from the summer highs. Are you? A pretty little talking bird, repeating all the pretty little words they taught you to recite. That's unkind. Sansa could feel her heart fluttering in her chest. You are frightening me. I want to go now. No one could withstand him. The Hound raps. That's the truth enough. No one could ever withstand Gregor. That's my boy. Today is second just. Oh, that was a pretty bit of business. You saw that? Did he? Fool boy, he had no business riding in his company. No money, no square. No one to help him with that armor. That gorget was not fastened proper. You think Gregor did not notice that? You think Sir Rhaegon glanced rode off by chance? Do you? Pretty little talking girl, you believe that? You are empty-headed as a dead for truth. Gregor glass goes where Gregor wants it to go. Look at me, look at me. Sandor Clegane put a huge hand under her cheek and forced her face up. He squatted in front of her and moved the torch quick. There is a pretty for you. Take a good look, stare. You know you want to. I have watched you turning away all the way down the King's Road. Peace on that. Take your look. His finger hit her jaw as hard as an iron trap. His eyes watched her, drunken eyes swollen with anger She had to look. The right side of his face was scarred with sharp cheekbones and a grey eye beneath the heavy brow. His nose was large and hooked, his hair thick, dark. He wore it long and bruised it sideways. Beside, no hair grew on the other side of that face. The left side of his face was a room. His ear had been burned away. There was nothing left but a hole. His eyes were still good, but all around it was a twisted mass of scar. Sleek black flesh as leather, puffed with crater and fissure by deep crack that green red and wet when they moved down by his jaw. You could see a hint of bones where the flesh had been stripped away. Sasa began to cry. He let go of her then and snuffed at the touch in the dead. No pretty word for that, girl, no little compliment the scepter taught you. When there was no answer, he continued. Most of them, they think it was from battle, a siege burning towards an enemy with a torch, warned from the night, a shadow meaning to close now that she could smell the salt stench of wine on his breath. I was younger than you, 6, maybe 7, a wood caver set up shop in the village under my father's keep, and to buy favor he sent us here. The old man made marvelous turn. I don't remember what I got, but it was grievously wanted. A wooden knife, all painted up, every joint peg separate and fixed with string, so you could make in fact. Gregor is 5 years older than me. The toy was nothing to him. He was already a square, near 6 foot tall and muscled like an horse. So I took him nice, but there was no joy to it. I tell you, I was scared all the while, and true enough, before me, there was a brazier in the room. Gregor never said a word, just picked me up under his arm and shoved the side of my face down in the boiling cold, and held me there while I was screaming and screaming. You saw how strong he is? Even then, it took 3 crowned men to drag him off me. The sect of preach about the 7 hair. What do they know? Only a man who is being born, knowing what hell is truly like. My father told everyone my bedding had caught fire, and our master gave me ointment. Gregor got his ointment too. 4 years later, they anointed him with the 7 oil, and he recited his nightly vow. And Rhaegar the Targaryen tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Arise, Sir Gregor." The rasping voice shrieked up. He squatted silently before her. The open black shape trudged in the night, hiding from her eye. Sansa could hear his rage breathing. She was sad for him. She realized somehow the fear had gone away. The silence went on and on so long that she began to grow afraid once more. Then she was afraid for him now, not for himself. She found him his massive shoulder with her hand. It was no true night. She whispered to him. The horn threw back his head and roared. Sansa stumbled back away from him. Then he caught her arm. No, he grabbed her arm. He cried at her. No, little girl. It was no true night. The rest of the way into the city salon. He said not a word. He led her to where the cab were waiting, told her a driver to take them back to the Red Keep and climbed in after her. They rode in silence through the King's Gate and up Torchwood City Street. He opened the spotted door and led her into the castle, his brown face twitching and his eyes glowing, and he was one step behind her as they climbed the tower step. He took her safe all the way to the corridor outside her bedchamber. "Thank you, my lord," Sansa said meekly. The horn caught her by the arm and leaned close. "The things I told you tonight," he said, his voice sounded even rougher than eager. "If you ever tell Joffrey, your sister, your father, any of them, I will not," Sansa whispered. "I promise it was not enough. If you ever tell anyone to finish, I will kill you." Next, Eddard stood last vigil for himself. Sir Barrister Sammy said as he looked down at the body in the back of the car. He had one heiress, a mother in the vein. I am told in the pale down light, the young knight looked as though he were sleeping. He had not been handsome, but death had smoothed his rough-haired future, and the silent sister had dressed him in his best velvet tunic. With a high collar to cover the wound the lance had made of his throat, Eddard Stark looked at his face and wondered if he had been for his sake that the boy had died, slain by Lannister Bannerman before Ned could speak to him. Could that be mere happenstance? He supposed he would never know. What was John Harris quiet for 4 years? Then he went on. The king slanted him before he rode north. In John's memory, the lad wanted it desperately, yet I fear he was not ready. Ned had slept badly last night, and he felt claw a blood-stained bit of blue bordered in crescent moon. When his mother asked why her son was dead, he reflected bitterly. They would tell her he had fought to honor the king's hand. Eddard Stark, this was needless. What should not be again? Ned turned to the woman beside the car, shrouded in grey, face hidden but for her eyes. The silent sister prepared Ned for the grave, and it was ill fortune to look on the face of death. Send his armor home to the veil. The mother will want to have it. It is worth a fair piece of silver. Sir Barrister said the boy had it forged special for the tournament. Plain woodwork, but good. I don't know if he had finished paying the smith. He paid yesterday, my lord, and he paid yearly. Ned replied, and to the silent sister he said, send the mother the armor, I will give it to the smith. She bowed her head. Afterwards, Sir Barrister walked with Ned to the king's pavilion. The camp was beginning to stir. Fat sausage, sizzle and spit over fire pit, spacing the air with the scents of garlic and pepper. Young square hurried about on an errand as their master walked, yearning and stretching to meet the day. The serving man with a gauzy under his arm bent his knee when he caught sight of them. Emnon, he mounted as a ghost, hopped and pecked at his finger. The shield displayed outside each tent heralded its occupant. The silver eagle of cigar, grass carrot, feed of nightingale, a cluster of grapes for the red wine, bridal bowl, red horse, burning trees, white ram, triple spiral, purple unicorn, dancing wedding, black cadder, twin tower, on, owl, at last the purple with blazing of Kingsguard shining like the dawn. The kings means to fight in the melee today. Sir Barrister said as they were passing. Sir Merry shield its pains swollen by a deep gash when Laura's tarry lance had scared the wood as he drove in from his saddle. Yes, Ned said grimly. Joey had ridden him last night to bring him that news. Small wonder he had slept so badly. Sir Barrister was troubled. They say night beautiful fade at dawn, and the children of wine are off this own in the morning light. They say so. Ned agreed that not of Robert. Other men might reconsider words spoken in drunken Bramble, but Robert Baratheon would remember, and remembering would never back down. The king's pavilion was closed by the water, and the morning mist of the river had wreathed in its wisps of grey. It was all of golden silk, the largest and the broadest structure in the camp. They formed brother with grand stage of aspiration. Ned had hoped to discover the king still abed in a wine-soaked sleep, but luck was with him. They found Robert drinking beer from a polished horn and roaring his displeasure at two young squares who were trying to buckle him into his armor. Your Grace, one was saying almost in tears, It made too small. It would not go. He fumbled the gauntlet he was trying to fit around Robert's thick neck, stumbled to the ground. 7 Robert! Swan! Do I have to do it myself? Peace on the book of you. Pick it up. Don't just stand there, gaping. Lance, pick it up. The lad jumped, and the king noticed his company. Look at this oath. Ned, my wife, insisted I take these two to square for me. And they are worse than useless. Can even put a man's arm on him properly. Squire, they say. I say they are swine-head dressed up in sync. Ned only needed a glance to understand the difficulty. The boys are not at fault, he told the king. You are too fat for your armor. Robert Ransom took a long sword of beer, tossed the empty horn onto his sleeping fox. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. Wiped his mouth with him, back of his arm, and said darkly, Fat, it is it. It is that how you speak to your king? He let go his laughter, sudden as a storm. Ah, damn you, Ned, why are you always right? The square smiles nervously until the king turned on them. You, yes, both of you, you heard the hand. The king is too fat for his armor. Go find Sir Arrogant Sagan. Tell him I need the breastplate stretcher. Now, what are you waiting for? The boys tripped over each other in their haste to be quiet on the tent. Robert managed to keep a stern face until they were gone. Then he dropped back into a chair, shaking with laughter. Sir Barrister Sammy chuckled with him. Even Eddard Stark managed a smile. Always thought the graver thoughts crept in. He could not help taking note of the two squires. Handsome boys, fair and well made. One was Sansa Hedge, with long golden curl. The other, perhaps 15, satin hair with a ropes of a moustache and the emerald green eyes of the queen. Ah, I wish I could be there to see Stagger's face. Robert said, I hope you will have the wit to send them to someone else. We ought to keep them roaming all day. Those boys, Ned asked him. Lannister, Robert nodded, weeping tears from his eyes. Cousin, son of Lord Twin, brother, one of the dead ones, or perhaps the live one, the live one. Now that I come to think on it, I don't recall. My wife comes from a very large family. Ned, a very ambitious family. Ned thought he had nothing against the squire, but it troubled him to see Robert surrounded by the Queen's king working and sleeping. The Lannister appetite for office and honor seems to know bounds. The talk is you and the Queen had angry word last night. The mind curling on Robert's face. The woman tried to forbid me to fight in the many. She's sucking in the castle now. Damn her, your sister would never have shamed me like that. You never knew Lina as I did. Robert, Ned told him. You saw her beauty, but not the iron underneath. She would have told you that you have no business in the nails. You too. The king's frown. You are a showman. Stark, too long in the north. All the Jews are frozen inside you. Well, Maya still running. He slapped his chest to prove it. You are the king. Ned reminded him. I sit on the damn iron seat when I must. Does that mean I don't have the same hunger as other men? I drink of wine now and again. It gets swelling in them, the feel of the horse. Between my legs, 7 hells. Ned, I want to eat someone. Sir Barrister Simon spoke up. Your Grace, he said, it is not seemly that the king should ride into the melee. It would not be a fair contest. We would dare strike you. Robert seems honestly taken aback. I said, what? All of them. Damn it, if they can. And the last man left standing will be you. Ned finished. He saw at once that Sammy had hit the mark. The danger of this melee were only a salvo to Robert. But this touch on his pride. Sir Barrister is right. There's not a man in the seven kingdom who would dare risk your displeasure by haunting you. The king rose to his feet, his face flushed. Are you telling me those pressing queens will let me win? For a certain, Ned said, and Sir Barrister Samuel bowed his head in silent accord. For a moment, Robert was so angry he could not speak. He trotted across the tent, Wyatt strode back, his face dark and angry. He snatched off his breastplate from the ground and threw it at Barrister Samuel in a ruthless fury. Sammy dodged. Get out, the king said then. Coldly, get out before I kill you. Sir Barrister left quickly. Ned was about to follow when the king called out again. Not you, Ned. Ned turned back. Robert took up his own again, filled it with beer from the barrel in the corner and thrust it at Ned. Drink, he said brusquely. I have no thirst. Drink. Your king commanded. Ned took the bowl and drank. The beer was black and thick, so strong it stung the eyes. Robert sat down again. Then you, Ned startled and John. Harry, I love you both. What have you done to me? You were the one who should have been king, you or John. You have the better claim. Your Grace, I told you to drink, not to argue. You made me king. You could at least have the courtesy to listen when I talk. Damn you, look at me. Ned, look at what king was done to me. Gosh, too far for my armor. How did it ever come to this? Robert, drink and stay quiet. The king is talking. I swear to you, I was never so alive when I was winning this throne, and so dead as now that I have won it. And Kessia, I have John Harris to thank for her. I had no wish to marry after Lina was taken from me, but John said the realm needed an heir. Kessia Lannister would be a good match, he told me. She would bind Lord Tywin to me. Should Vestry Targaryen ever try to win back his father's throne? The king shook his head. I love that old man, I swear it, but now I think he was a bigger fool than me, boy. Oh, Cassia, it is lovely to look at, truly beautiful. The way she guards her cunt, you didn't think she had all the gods of Caspian rock between her legs? Yeah, give me that beer if you will not drink it. He took the horn, upended it. Blessed wife is mad. I am sorry for your girl. Ned, truly, about the wolf, I mean my son was lying. I didn't stake my soul on it, my son. You love your children, don't you? With all my heart, Ned said, let me tell you a secret. Ned, more than once, I have dreamed of giving up the crown. Take ship for the free cities with my horses and my hammer, spend my time worrying and worrying. That's what I was made for. The same sword king. How the singer would love me. You know what stopped me? The thought of Joffrey on the throne, with Cassia standing behind him, whispering in his ear, my son, how could I have made a son like that, Ned? He's only a boy, Ned said happily. He had small liking for Prince Joffrey, but he could hear the pain in Robert's voice. Have you forgotten how wild you were at his age? It would not trouble me if the boy was wild. Ned, you don't know him as I do. He said and shook his head. Perhaps you are right. Don't despair of me often enough, yet I grow into a good king. Robert looked at Ned and scolded at his silence. You might speak up and agree now. You know, your Grace, Ned began carefully. Robert slapped Ned on the back. Say that I am a better king than Harry and be done with it. You never could lie for love nor honor. Ned Stark, I am still young, and now that you are here with me, things will be different. We will make this a reign to sing of, and then the Lannister to 7 hells. I smell bacon. Who do you think your champion will be today? Have you seen Mars, Tyre, boys, the Knights of Flowers? They call him. Now there is a son any man will be proud to run to. Last turn he dumped the king's slayer on his golden throne. You ought to have seen the look on Kessia's face. And I laughed till my side on. Remy said he has this sister, a maid of 14, lovely as a dawn. They broke their fast on black bread and boiled goat's egg and fish, fried up with onion and bacon, at a trusty table by the river's edge. The king's melancholy melted away with the morning mist, and before long Robert was eating an orange and waxing forth about the morning at the Aries when they had been boys. I'd given John a barrel of orange. Remember, only the things had grown rotten. So I flagged mine across the table and hit that right in the nose. You remember Redford pock-faced squire? He tossed one back at me, and before John could so much as fart, there were orange flying across the hall in every direction. He laughed unconsciously, uproariously, and even then smiled, remembering this was the boy he had grown up with. He thought this was the Robert Baratheon he did know and love. If he could prove that the Lannister were behind the attack on Bran, prove that they had murdered John Arryn, this man would listen. Then Cassia would fall, and the Kingslayer would and if Lord Tywin dared to rule the West, Robert would smash him as he had smashed Rhaegar Targaryen on the treasure. He could see it all so clearly. That breakfast tasted better than anything that Stark had eaten in a long time, and afterward a smile came easier and more often until it was time for the tournament to resume. Ned walked with the king to the jostling field. He had promised to watch the final tea with Sansa. September was ill today, and his daughter was determined not to miss the end of this justing. As he saw Robert to his place, he noted that Cassia Lannister had chosen not to appear. The place beside the king was empty. That too gave Ned cause to hope. He shouldered his way to where his daughter was seated, and found her arms blew for the day first just. Sansa was so engrossed she scarcely seemed to notice his arrival. Sardon Clegane was the first rider to appear before an olive green cloth over his soft grey armor. That is on head end where his holy cassection to ornament 100 golden dragon, the Kingslayer, Littlefinger announced loudly as Jaime Lannister entered the list, riding an elegant bloody bay destroyer. The horse wore a black cap of little ringmail, and Jaime glittered from head to heel. Even his lance was fashioned from the golden wood of the summer ice. Dawn. Lord Rallick shouted back, "The horn has a hungry look about him this morning." Even angry dogs know better than to bite the hand that feed them. Littlefinger called dryly. Sardon Clegane dropped his visor with an audible clang and took up his position. Sir Jaime tossed the keys to some women in the common gently, lowered his visor, and rode to the end of the list. Both men coached their lunch. Ned Stark would have loved nothing so well as to see them both lose, but Sansa was watching it all moist-eyed and eager. The hastily erected gallery trembled as the horses broke into a gallop. The horse leaned forward as he rode, his glance rock steady, but Jaime shifted his seat deftly in the instant before impact. Clegane's point was torn armless against the golden shield with the lion's blazon, while his own head square was shattered and the horn released, fighting to keep his seat. Sansa gasped a range share went up from the common. "I wonder how I ought to spend your money." Littlefinger called down to Lord Rennie. The horns just managed to stay in his dabble. He jerked his mouth around hard and rode back to the list for the second part. Jaime Lannister tossed down his broken lance and snatched up a fresh one. Jesting with his squire, the horn spurred forward at a armed gallop. Lannister rode to meet him. This time, when Jamie shifted his seat, Sir shifted with him. Both lances exploded, and by the time the splinter had settled, a riderless blood bay was troughing off in a set of grass while St. General Lannister rolled in the death. Golden deterred, Sansa said, I knew the Horn would win. Little finger overhead. If you know who's going to win the second match, speak now before Lord Renly clock me clean. He called to her. Ned smiled. He pitied the ink is not here with us. Lord Renly said I should have won twice as much. Jaime Lannister was back on his feet, but his own lion helmet had been twisted around and detained in his paw, and now he could not get it off. The common were whooping and pointing. The lord and ladies were trying to stick their chuckles and falling, and over it all Ned could hear King Robert laughing louder than anyone. Finally, they had to lead the lions of Lannister off to the blacksmith, blind and stumbling. By then, Sir Gregor Clegane was in position at the head of the list. He was huge, the biggest man that Eddard Stark has ever seen. Robert Baratheon and his brother were all big men, as was the Horn and back at Winterfell. There was a split-minded stable boy named Under who dwarfed them all. But the night they called the mountain that Ride would have towered over Under. He was well over 7 feet tall, closer to 8, with massive shoulder and arms thick as the stroke of small trees. His destroyer seems a pony in between his armor legs, and the legs he cried looked as small as a broom handle. Unlike his brother, Sir Gregor did not live at court. He was a solitary man who seldom left his own land, but for wars at Turner he had been with Lord Tywin when King's Landing felt a new-made knight of 17 years, even the distinguished by his size and his implacable ferocity. Some said it had been Gregor who dashed the skull of the infant Prince Aegon Targaryen against a wall, and whispered that afterward he had raped the mother. The Danish prince arrived before putting her to the sword. These things went not sad in Gregor's hearing. Ned Stark could not recall ever speaking to the man. Thought Gregor had ridden with them during Balon Greyjoy rebellions. One night, among thousands, he watched him with discreet. Ned seldom put much stock in gossip, but the things said for one a dark whispering about the death of his first 2 wives. It was said that his keep was a green place where servants disappeared unaccountably, and even the dogs were afraid to enter the hall. And there had been a sister who had died young under cute circumstances, and the fire that had disfigured his brother, and the haunting incident that had killed their father. Gregor had inherited the keep, the gold, and the family estate. His younger brother Sandor had left the same day to take service with the Lannister as a sword, and it was said that he had never returned, not even to visit. When the Knight of the Flower made his entrance, a murmur ran through the crowd, and he heard Sansa's fervent whisper, "Oh, he's so beautiful!" Sir Lawrence Tarry was slandered as a reed, dressed in a suit of fibrous silver armor polished to a blade sheath and fingering with twin black vine and tiny blue frog notes. The common realized in the same instant as Ned that the blue of the flower came from sapphire. A gap went up from 1,000 throats across the boy's shoulder. His claw hung heavy. It was woven of forgetting me not. Read once, hundreds of fresh bloom swelled to a heavy woolen scale. His courser was as slim as a rider, a beautiful grey mare built for speed for Sir Gregor, huge stallion trotted as he caught ascent. The boy from Highgarden did something with his legs, and his horn praised sideways. Nimble as a dancer, Sansa clutched at his arm. Father, don't let Sir Gregor hurt him, she said. Ned saw she was wearing the rose that Sir Loras had given her yesterday. Jorah told him about that as well. These are thorny lands. He told his daughter they make them to splinter on impact, so no one is hurt. Yet he remembered the dead boy in the car with his club of crescent moon, and the words were raw in his throat. Sir Gregor was having trouble controlling his horse. The stallion was screaming and pawing the crowd, shaking his head. The mountain kicked at the animal, savage with an armor boot. The horses reared and armor through him. The Knight of Flower, Salute the King, rode to the far end of the list and cocked his lance. Ready, Sir Gregor brought his animal to the line, fighting with the rams, and suddenly he began. The mountain stallion broke in hard gallop, plunging forward, wiggly while the neck changer as smooth as flour of milk. Sir Gregor wrenched his shade into position, jiggled with his lance, and all the while fought to hold his unruly mount on a straight line. And suddenly Loras Tyrell was on him, passing the point of his lance just there, and in an eye blink the mountain was failing. It was so huge that he took his horse down with him in a tangle of steel and flesh. Ned heard applause, sheer whistling, short gaps, excited muttering, and over it all the gasping record, laughter of the horse. The Knight of Flower reined in up at the end of the list. His glass was not even broken, his sapphire wick in the sun as he raised his visor, smiling the commonwealth made for him. In the middle of the field, as Sir Gregor Clegane disentangled himself and came well into his feet, he wrenched off his helm and slammed it down onto the ground. His face was dark with fury and his hair fell down into his eyes. My sword, he shouted to his squire, and the boy ran it to him. By then his stallion was back on its feet as well. Gregor Clegane killed the horse with a single blow of such ferocity that he had severed the animal's neck. Sheer torn to shrek in a heartbeat. The stallion went to its knee, screaming at it, die! By then Gregor was striding down the list towards Sir Loras Tyrell. This bloody sword crushed in his fist. Stop him, Ned shouted, but his sword were lost in the rout. Everyone else was yelling as well, and Sansa was crying. It all happened so fast. The Knight of Flower was shouting for his own sword as Sir Gregor knocked his squire aside and made a grab for the rein of his horse. The mare scented blood and ran. Loretari kept his seat, but barely. Sir Gregor swung his sword, a savage two-handed blow that took the boys in the chest and knocked him from the saddle. The courser dashed away in panic as Sir Lawrence lay stunned in the dirt. But as Gregor lifted his sword for the killing blow, a rasping voice warned, "David, be!" And a steel club had wrenched him away from the boy. The mountain pivoted in wordless fury, swinging his long sword in a killing arc with all his massive strength behind it. Then the horn caught the blow and turned it and fought. What seems an eternity, the two brothers stood hammering at each other as a dazzled Loras Tyrell was led to safety. Thrice Ned saw Sir Gregor aim savage blow at the horn's head, and yet not once did Saddle send a cut at his brother's unprotected face. It was the king's voice that put an end to it. The king's voice and 20 swords. John Harry had told them that a commander needs a good battlefield voice, and Robert had proved the truth of that on the trident. He used that voice now. "Stop this madness," he boomed, "in the name of your king." He on went to one knee. Sir Gregor blowed out hair, and at last he came to his sense. He dropped his sword and glared at Robert, surrounded by King's Guard and a dozen other knights and guardsmen. Wordlessly he turned and strode off, shoving past Barrister Sam, Let him go, Robert said, and as quickly as that. It was over. Is the on the champion now? Sansa asked. No, he told her. There will be one final joust between the on and the Knight of Flowers. Then Sansa had the right of it. After all, a few minutes later, Sir Loras Tyrell walked back onto the field in a simple line, darkness, and said to Sandon Cleveland, I own you my life. The day is yours, sir. I am so. I am no sir. The on replied that he took the victory and the champion paused, and for perhaps the first time in his life, the love of the commons. They shared him as he left his list to return to his pavilion. As Ned walked with Sansa to the ashy field, Littlefinger and Lord Ready and some of the other fell away. Tyrell had to know the marriage was in it. Littlefinger was saying, I swear the boy planned the whole thing. Grigor has always favored huge, ill-tempered stallion with more spirit than sense. The notion seems to amuse him. He did not assume Sir Barrister Salem. There is small honor in trick. The old man said stiffly, small honor and 20,000 gold. Lord Raleigh smiled. That afternoon, a boy named Angle, an unrated common from the Danish marshes, won the archery competition at shooting Sir Balloon Swam at Jalaba zone at 100 pace after all the other bowmen had been eliminated at the shorter distance. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibisa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibisa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin. Ned sent Alyn to seek him out and offer him a position with the Ants Guard. But the boy was flushed with wine and victory and riches undreamed of, and they refused. The melee went on for 3 hours. Near 40 men took part, free riders and aged knights and new-made squires in search of a reputation. They fought with blunted weapons in a chaos of mud and blood, small troops fighting together and then turning on each other as alliances formed and fractured, until only one man was left standing. The victor was the Red Priest, Torrance of Mine, a madman who shaved his head and fought with a flaming sword. He had won melees before. The fire sword frightened the mounts of the other riders, and nothing frightened Torrance. The final tally was 3 broken lips, a shattered collarbone, a dozen smashed fingers, 2 horses that had to put down, and more cuts, sprains, and bruises than anyone cares to count. Ned was desperately pleased that Robert had not taken part. That night at the feast, Eddard Stark was more hopeful than he had been in a great while. Robert was in high good humor. The Lannisters were nowhere to be seen, and even his daughter were behaving. Jory brought Arya down to join them, and Sansa spoke to her sister pleasantly. The tournament was magnificent. She sang, You should have come. How was your dancing? I'm so all over, Arya reported happily, proudly displaying a huge purple bruise on her leg. You must be a terrible dancer, Sansa said thoughtfully. Later, while Sansa was off listening to a group of singers perform the complex round of interwoven ballad called The Dance of the Dragon, Ned inspected the bruise himself. I hope Forrest is not being too hard on you, he said. Arya stood on one leg. She was getting much better at that of late. Syria said that every hunt is a lesson, and every lesson makes you better. Ned frowned. The man Syria Forrest had come with an excellent reputation, and his flamboyant bravosity style was well suited to Arya's slender blade. Yet still, a few days ago, she had been wandering around with a swatch of black silk tied over her eyes. Sarah was teaching her to see with her ears and her nose and her skin. She told him before that he had her doing spin and back flitting. Arya, are you certain you want to persist in this? She nodded. Tomorrow we are going to catch cat. Cat, Ned sighed. Perhaps it was a mistake to hire this bravosity. If you like, I will also ask you to take over your lesson, or I might have a quiet word with Sir Barrister. He was the finest sword in the Seven Kingdoms in his youth. I don't want them, Arya said. I want Cyril. Ned ran his finger through his hair. How the descendant master-at-arms could give Arya the rudiment of sledge and parry with this nonsense of blade fall, cartwheel and hopping about one leg. But he knew his youngest daughter well enough to know there was no arguing with that stubborn jot of jaw. As she wished, she said, surely she would grow tired of this soon. Try to be careful, I will, she promised solemnly as she hopped smoothly from her right leg to her left. Much later, after he had taken the girls back through the city and seen them both safe in bed, Sansa with her dreams and Arya with her bruises, Ned ascended to his own chambers atop the tower of the Hand. The day had been warm and the room was close and stuffy. Ned went to the window and unfastened the heavy shutter to let in the cool night air. Across the great yard, he noticed the flickering glow of candlelight from Littlefinger window. The hour was well past midnight. Down by the river, the reveille were only now beginning to dwindle and die. He took out the dagger and studied it, Littlefinger blade, worn by Tyrone Lannister in the Tunnel Waggers, sent to slay Bran in his sleep. Why would the dwarf want Bran's dead? Why would anyone want Bran's dead? The dagger Bran fought, all it was linked somehow to the murder of Jon Arryn. He could feel it in his guts, but the truth of Jon's death remained as clothed to him as when he had started. Lord Stannis had not returned to King's Landing for the tourney. Lysa Arryn had her silence beyond the high walls of the Arrys. The squire was dead, and Jory was still searching the war houses. What did he have but Robert bastard? That the armourer Solem Apprentice was the king's son. Ned had no doubt. The Baratheon look was stamped on his face. In his joy, his eyes. That black hair really was too young to have fathered a boy of that age. Stanley took cold and pride in his honor. Gendry had to be Robert, yet knowing all what had he learned. The king had other base-born children scattered throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He had only openly acknowledged one of his bastards, a boy of Bran's age whose mother was highborn. The lady was being fostered by Lord Rally's castellan at Storm's End. Ned remembered Robert's first child as well, a daughter born in the Vale when Robert was scarcely more than a boy himself. A sweet girl, the young Lord of Storm End had doted on her. He used to make daily visits to play with the babe, long after he had lost interest in the mother. Ned was often dragged along for company, whether he willed it or not. The girl would be 17 or 18 now. He realized older than Robert had been when he fathered her. A strange thought, Cassia, I could not have been pleased by her, Lord husband by blow. Yet in the end it mattered little whether the king had one bastard or 100. Law and custom gave the base-born few rights. Gender the girl in the Vale, the boy at Storm, and none of them could threaten Robert through born children. His misuse was ended by a soft rap on his door. A man to see you, my lord, Arwen. Called, he will not give him his name. Sending him, Ned said, wondering. The visitor was a stout man in cracked mood-cake boots, and the heavy brown robe of the cold-set rough palm, his feature hidden by a cow, his hand drawn up into voluminous sleeves. Who are you? Ned asked. A friend, the crowd. The cow man said in a strange, low voice. We must speak alone. Lord Stark's curiosity was stronger than caution. Howin, leave us, he commanded. Not until they were alone behind closed door did the visitor draw back his scarf. Lord Varys, Ned said in astonishment. Lord Stark. Where he said politely, sitting himself, I wonder if I might trouble you for a drink. Ned filled the cup with summer wine and handed over to Varys. I might have passed within a foot of you and never recognized you, he said, incredulous. He had never seen the eunuch dressed in anything but silk and velvet and richest damask, and this man smelled of sweet instead of lilac. That was my dearest hope. Varys said it would not do if certain people learned that we had spoken in private. The queen watched you closely. This one is very choice. Thank you. How did you get past my other guards? Ned asked. Porter and card had been posted outside the tower. Now early on the step, the Red Keep was known only to Ghost and Spider. Very smiled apologetically. I will not keep you long, my lord. There are things you must know. You are the king's aunt, and the king is a fool. The eunuch clawing tones were gone. Now his voice was thin and sharp as a whip. Your friend, I know, yet a fool nonsense, and doom unless you save him. Today was a near thing. They had hoped to kill him during the malice. For a moment, Ned was speechless with shock. Who? Very spied his wine. If I truly need to tell you that, you are a bigger fool than Robert and I, on the wrong side. The Lannister Ned said, the queen, no, I will not believe that. Not even of Cassia. She asked him not to fight. She bade him to fight in front of his brother, his knight, and half the court. Tell me true, do you know any surer way to force King Robert into the malice? I ask you, Ned had a sick feeling in his gut. The eunuch had it upon a truth. Tell Robert Baratheon he could not, should not, or must not do anything, and it was as good as done. Even if he did fight, who would have dared to strike the king? Very strong. There were 40 riders in the melee. The Lannister have many friends amid all that chaos, with horses screaming and bones breaking and torrents of might waving that absorbed firewoods of his. Who could name it murder if some chance blow fell disgrace? He went to the faggot and refilled his cup. After the deed was done, the slayer would be beside himself with grief. I can always hear him weeping, so sad yet not dark. The gracious and compassionate widow would take pity, lift the poor unfortunate to his feet, and bless him with a gentle kiss of forgiveness. Good night, Geoffrey would have no choice but to pardon him. The eunuch stroked his cheek, or perhaps Cassia would let Sir Elim strike off his head. Let's strike for the Lannister that way. Thought quite an unpleasant surprise for their little friend. Ned felt his anger rise. You knew of this plot, and yet you did nothing. I commanded whisper, not warriors. You might have come to me earlier. Oh yes, I confess it. And you would have rushed straight to the king. Yes, and when Robert heard of sparing, what would he have done? I wonder Ned considered that. He would have damned them all and fought anyway to show he did not fear them. Where he spread, I will make another confession, Lord Eddard. I was curious to see what you would do. Why not come to me? You asked. I must answer. Why? Because I did not trust you, my lord. You did not trust me. Ned was frankly astonished. The Red Keep shelter two sorts of people. Lord Eddard very said, those who are loyal to the realm and those who are loyal only to themselves. Until this morning I could not say which you might be, so I waited to see, and now I know for a certainty. He smiled a plump, tight little smile, and for a moment his private face and public marks were one. I begin to comprehend why the queen fears you so much. Oh yes, I do. You are the one she ought to fear, Ned said, not I. I am who I am. The king makes use of me, but it shame him. A most pleasant warrior is our Robert, and such a manly man has little love for snakes and spies and eunuchs. If a day should come when Cassia whisper, kill that man, in pay will sneak my head off in a twinkling, and who will want poor Varys then? Not all sad, they sing no song for spiders. They reached out and touched Ned with a soft hand. But you, Lord Stark, I think, no, I know. He would not kill you, not even for his queen, and dear me, lie our salvation. It was all too much. For a moment, Eddard Stark wanted nothing so much as to return to Winterfell, to the clean simplicity of the north, where the enemy is winter, and the widening beyond the walls. Surely Robert has other loyal friends, he protested. His brother, his wife, very finished with a smile at court. His brother heard the Lannister true enough that hating the queen and loving the king are not quite the same thing. Are they? Sir Barristan loved his honor, Grandmaster Percy loved his office, and Littlefinger loved Littlefinger. The guards, the king's guard, a paper sheet. The eunuch said, try not to look so shocked. Lord Stark, Jaime Lannister is himself a sword brother of the White Sword, and we all know what his oath is was. The day when men like Rhea, Redwing, and Prince Aemon, the Dragon's Knight, who wore the white claw, are gone to dust and songs. Of these 7, only Sir Barrister Semele is made of the true steel, and Semele is old. Sir Barons and Sir Marys are the Queen's creature to the bones, and I have deep suspicions of the others. No, my lord, when the sword come out in earnest, you will be the only true friend Robert Baratheon would have. Robert must be told. Ned said, if what you say is true, if even a part of it is true, the king must hear it for himself. And what proof shall we lay before him? My word against theirs, my little bed against the queen and the kingslayer, against his brother and his council, against the warnings of east and west, against all the might of Castling Rock. Pray, send for Eileen directly. It will save us all sometimes. I know where that road ends, yet if what you say is true, they will only bide their time and make another attempt. Indeed they will, said Varys, and sooner rather than later. Here you are making them most anxious. Lord Eddard, that my little birds will be listening, and together we may be able to forestall them. You all and I. He rose and pulled up his cowl, so his face was hidden once more. Thank you for the wine. We will speak again when you see me next at council. He be certain to treat me with your accustomed contempt. You should not find it difficult. It was at the door when Ned called. Varys, the tears of life, they call it a rare and costly thing, clear and sweet as water, and it leaves no trace. I begged Lord Harry to use a tester in this very room. I begged him, but he would not hear of it. Only one who was less than a man would even think of such a thing. He told me Ned had to know the rest. Who gave him the poison? Some dear sweet friend who often shared meat and mead with him. No doubt. Oh, but which one? There were many such. Lord Harry was a kindly, trusting man. The eunuch sighed. There was one boy, all he was. He owned Jory Harry, but when the window fled to the heiress with her household, he stayed in King's Landing and prospered. It was guarding my heart to see the young rise in the sword. The whip was in his voice again. Every word a stroke. He must have caught a gallant figure in the tourney, in his bright new armor with those crescent moons on his cloth. A pity he died so untimely. Before you could talk to him, Ned fed half poisoned himself. The squire, he said, sat up. Wheel within wheels. Ned's head was pounding. Why now? John Harry had been hanged for 14 years. What was he doing that they had to kill him? Asking question. Varys said, slipping out the door. Next, Tyrion, as he shooted in the cradle, she washing, changing. Busher is us. Tyrion and Lisa shook up. One more, depth on the stack. Steam rose from inside the carcass. When the squire Selwyn opened the belly with his skinny knife, his hand moved deftly with never a waistcoat. The work had to be done quickly before the stink of blood brought shoulder can down from the heights. None of us will go hungry tonight. Brown said he was near a shadow himself, bone thin and bone hand, with black eyes and black hair, and a stubborn of death. Some of us may, Tyrion told him. I am not fond of eating horses, particularly my horse. Meat is meat. Bronn said with a shrug. The Dothraki like us more than beef or pork. Do you take me for a Dothraki? Tyrion asked slowly. The Dothraki ate us. In truth, they also left deformed children out for the fairer dogs who ran behind their Khalasar. Dothraki custom had scant appeal for him. Ching slid a thin strap of blood meat off the carcass and held it up for inspection. What a taste, dwarf! My brother Jaime gave me that mare for my 23rd name day. Tyrion said in a flat voice. Thank him for us. Then if you ever see him again, Ching grind, showing yellow teeth, and swallow the raw meat in 2 bites. Taste well, Brett. Better if you fry it up with onion. Brown put in. Wordlessly, Tyrion leaped away. The cold had settled deep in his bone, and his legs were so sore he could scarcely walk. Perhaps his dead mare was the lucky one. He had hours more riding ahead of him, followed by a few mouthful of food and shock, cold sleep on hard ground, and then another night of the same, and another, and the gods only knew how it would end. Damn her, he muttered as he struggled up the road to rejoin his captor, remembering them and all they stacked. The memory was still better. One moment he'd been ordering supper, and an eye blink later he was facing a room of unarmed men, with Joy reaching for a sword, and the fact he'd keep shrinking. No sword, not here, please, Lord. Tyrone reached down Joy's arm, hurried before he got them both hacked to pieces. Where are your courtesy, Jane? Our good hostess said no sword. Do as she asked. He forced a smile that must have looked as squeezy as it felt. You are making a sad mistake, Lady Stark. I had no part in any attack on your son. On my honor, Lannister honor, was all she said. She held up her hand for all the room to see. His dagger left this scar. The blade is sent to open my son's throat. Tyrone felt the anger all around him, thick and smoky, fed by the deep. Caught in the Stark woman's hand. Kill him is some drunken slaughter from the back. Another voice took up the call faster than he would have believed. Strangers all, friend enough, only a moment ago, and yet now they cried for his blood, like horns on the trail. Tyrone spoke up loudly, trying to keep the quiver from his voice. If Lady Stark believes I have some crime to answer for, I will go with her and answer for it. It was the only possible course. Trying to cut their ways out of this was a sure invitation to an early grave. A good dozen swords had responded to the Stark woman's plea for help. The arena man, the three brackets, a pair of unsavory swords who looked as though they did kill him as soon as spit, and some full-fed hand who doubtless had no ideas what they were doing. Against that, what did Tyrone have? A dagger at his bed, and two men. Jake swore a fair enough sword, but more scarcely counted. He was part groom, part cook, part body, servant and no soldier. As for Yoren, whatever his feeling might have been, the Black brothers were sworn to take no part in the quarrel of the realm. Yoren would do nothing, and indeed, the Black brothers stepped aside silently when the old knight said, "Take their weapons and the said word." Bran stepped forward to pull the sword from Jake's finger and relieve them of their daggers. Good, the old man said as the tension in the common room ebbed rapidly. Excellent, Tyrone recognized his gruff voice. Winterfell master at arms, shorn of his whisker, scarlet finger. Spit flew from the fat ink mouth as she begged of Catelyn Stark. Don't kill him here. Don't kill him anywhere. Tyrone Oy, take him somewhere else. No blood here, lady. I want no high-lording quarrel. We are taking him back to Winterfell, she said, and Tyrone thought, well, perhaps. By then, he had a moment to glance over the room and get a better idea of the situation. He was not altogether displeased by what he saw. Oh, the Stark woman had been clever, no doubt of it. Forced them to make a public affirmation of the oath, sworn her father by the Lord they serve, and then called on them for succor. And our woman, yes, that was sweet. Yet her success was not as complete as she might have liked. There were close to 50 in the common room by his rough cord. Catelyn Stark pleaded had rose a brass dozen. The other looked confused, or frightened, or solemn. Only two of the phrase had stirred. Tyrone noted, and they sat back down, quick enough when their captains failed to move. He might have smiled if he had dared. Winterfell it is. Then he said instead that was a long ride as he could well attest, having just riding it the other way. So many things could happen along the way. My father would wonder what has become of me, he added, catching the eyes of the swordman who offered to yield up his room. He will pay a handsome reward to any man who brings him word of what happened here today. Lord Tyron would do no such thing. Of course, but Tyron would make up for it if he won free. Sir Rory glanced at his lady. His look worried as well it might be. His men come within him. The old knight announced, and we will talk. We thank the rest of you to stay quiet about what you have seen here. It was all Tyrons could do not to laugh. Quite the old fool, unless he took the word in. The word would begin to spread the instant they were gone. The free riders with the gold coin in his pocket would fly to Castle Rock like an arrow, if not him. Then someone else. Uren would carry the story sad. That fool singer might make a lay of it. The fray would report back to their lord, and the gods only knew what he might do. Lord Wada Frey might be sworn to Rivron, but he was a cautioned man who had lived a long time by making certain he was always on the winning side. At the very least, he would send his birds winging south to King's Landing, and he might well dare more than that. Kathleen Stark wasted no time. We must ride at once. We will want fresh mounts and provision for the road. You men know that you have the eternal gratitude of the Earth Star. If any of you choose to help us guard our captives and get them safe to Winterfell, I promise you shall be well rewarded. That was all it took. The fool came rushing forward. Tyron studied their faces. They would indeed be well rewarded, he vowed to himself, but perhaps not quite as they imagined. Yet even as they were bundling him outside, saddling the horses in the rain, and tying his hand with a length of cord ropes, Tyron Lannister was not truly afraid. They would never get him to Winterfell. He would have given oaths on that. Ryder would be after them within the day. Birds would take wings, and surely one of the river lords would want to carry favor with his father enough to take a hand. Tyron was congratulating himself on his supply when someone pulled a hook down over his eyes and lifted him up onto his saddle. They set out through the rain at a hard gallop, and before long, Tyron's teeth were cramped and arched, and his throbbed with pains. Even when they were safely away from the inn, and Catelyn Stark showed them to a trot, it was a miserable pondering journey over rough ground, made worse by his blindness. Every twist and turn put him in danger of falling off his house. The old smooth sand so he could not make out what was being said around him, and the rain soaked through the claw and made it cling to his face, until even breathing was a struggle. The rope shifted his wrist, raw, and seemed to grow tighter as the night wore on. I was about to settle down to a warm fire and a roast fowl, and that wretched singer had to open his mouth. He thought mournfully. The wretched singer had come along with them. There is a great song to be made from this, and I am the one to make it. He told Catelyn Stark when he announced his intention of riding with them to see how the splendid adventure turned out. Tyron wondered whether the boy would think the adventure quite so splendid. Once the Lannister rider caught up with them, the rain had finally stopped, and dawn light was seeping through the wet cloth over his eyes when Catelyn Stark gave the command to dismount. Rough Hand pulled him down from his horse onto his wrist and yanked the hook of his head. When he saw the narrow stony road, the foothills rising high and wide all around them, and the jagged snow-capped peak on the distant horizon, all the hope went out of him in a rush. This is the high road, he gasped, looking at Lady Stark with accusation. The Hastings road, you said. We were riding for Winterfell. Catelyn Stark favored him with the faintest of smiles. Off with Atlantic, she agreed. No doubt your friend will ride that way when they come after us. I wish them good speed, even now. Long days later, the memory filled him with a bitter rage. All his life, Tyron had prided himself on his cunning, the only gift the gods had seen fit to give him, and yet these 7 times, them she-wolf, Catelyn Stark, had outwitted him at every turn. The knowledge was more galling than the bare fact of his abduction. They stopped only as long as it took to feed and water the horses, and then they were off again. This time Tyrion was spared the hook. After the second night, they no longer bored in his hand, and once they had gained the height, they scarcely bothered to guard him at all. It seems they did not fear his escape, and while they up here, the land was ash and wild, and the eye rolled like more than a stony track. If he did run, how far could he hope to go? Alone, and with that provision, the shoulder cat would make a morsel of him, and the clan that dwelt in the mountain fatness were brigands and murderers who bowed to no law but the sword. Yet still the Stark woman drove them forward recklessly. He knew where they were bound. He had known it since the moment they pulled off his hook. This mountain was the domain of us Arryn, and the late aunt's widow was a Tully Catelyn Stark's sister, and no friend to the Lannister. Tyrion had known the Lady Lysa slightly during our years at King's Landing and did not look forward to renewing the acquaintance. His captors were clustered around a stream a short way down the high road. The horses had drunk their fill of the ice-cold water, and were grazing on a clump of brown grass that grew from cleft in the rock. Jack and Morrick handled close, and solemn and miserable. Mom stood over them, leaning on his spear and wearing a rounded iron cap that made him look as if he had a bow on his head. Nearby, Marillion, the singer, sat oiling his wood arm, complaining of what the dam was doing to his range. We must have some rest, my lady. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. The Edge Knight, Sir Willis Wood, was saying to Catelyn Stark as Tyrion approached. He was Lady Went's man, stiff-necked and stool, and the first to rise to aid Catelyn Stark back at the inn. Sir Willis speak truly, my lady. Sir Broderick said, this is the third horse we have lost. We'll lose more than horses if we are overtaken by the Lannister. She reminded them her face was wide-boned and gaunt, but he had lost none of it. Determination, small chance of that here. Tyrion pulling. The lady did not ask you your view. Dwarf snapped cocklet cat, a great fat oak with short cropped hair and a big face. He was one of the Breakins, a man at arms in the service of Lord Jonas. Tyrion had made a special effort to learn all their names, so he might thank them later for their tender treatment of him. A Lannister always paid his debts. Cotlicket would learn that Sunday, as with his friend Larius and more, and the good Sir Williams and the Sir Ward Brown and Sheen. He planned an especially sharp lesson for Marillion, him of the wood harp and the sweet tenor voice, who was struggling so manfully to rhyme it with Jim and Limp so he could make a song of this outrage. Let him speak. Lady Stark commanded. Tyrion Lannister seated himself on the rock. By now our pursuit is like racing across the neck, chasing your lies up the King's Road, assuming there is a pursuit which is by no means certain. Oh no, that! The word has reached my father, but my father does not love me overmuch, and I am not at all sure that he will bother to bestir himself. It was only half a lie. Lord Tywin Lannister cares not a fig for his deformed son, but he tolerates no slight on the honor of his house. This is a cruel land. Lady Stark, you will find no succumb until you reach the Vale, and each month you lose burdens the other all of the more. Worse, you risk losing me. I am small, I am not strong, and if I die, then what's the point? That was no lie at all. Tyrion did not know how much longer he could endure this space. It might be said that your death is the point. Lannister Catelyn Stark replied, I think not. Tyrion said, if you wanted me dead, you had only to say the word, and one of these staunch friends of yours would gladly have given me a red smile. He looked at Cocklecket, but the man was too dim to taste the mockery. The Stark do not murder men in their beds. No, do I? He said, I tell you again, I know part in the attempt to kill your son. The assassin was armed with your dagger. Tyron felt the heat rise in him. It was not my dagger, he insisted. How many times must I swear to that? Lady Stark, whatever you may believe of me, I am not a stupid man. Only a fool will arm a common footpath with his own blade. Just for a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes. But what she said was, why would Petty lie to me? Why does a bear shit in the wood? He demanded, because it is his nature. Lying comes as easily as breathing to a man's like Littlefinger. You ought to know that, you of all people. She took a step towards him, her face tight. And what does that mean? Lannister Tyrion cocked his head. Why, every man at court has heard him tell how he took your maiden's head. My lady, that is a lie. Catelyn Stark said, oh, wicked little imp. Marino said, shocked Cocklet. Dread is death, a vicious piece of black iron. At your word, lady, I will toss his lying tongue at your feet. His big eyes were white with excitement at the prospect. Catelyn Stark stared at Tyrion with a coldness on her face such as he had never seen. Petty Baelish loved me once. He was only a boy. His passion was a tragedy for all of us. But it was real and pure and nothing to be made mock of. He wanted my hand. That is the truth of the matter. You are truly an evil man, Lannister, and you are truly a fool. Lady Stark, Littlefinger had never loved anyone but Littlefinger, and I promise you that it is not your hand that he boasts of. It is those ripped breasts of yours and that sweet mouth, and he eats between your legs. Cocklet grabbed a handful of hair and yanked his head back in a hard jerk. Bearing his throat, Tyrion felt the cold kiss of steel beneath his chin. Shall I bleed him, my lady? Kill me and the truth dies with me. Tyrion gasped. Let him talk. Catelyn Stark commanded. Cocklet, let go of Tyrion. Hey, reluctantly I tell you, I came by this dagger of the east. Answer me that. You want it from him in a wager. During the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day, when my brother Jaime was unborn on us by the night flower. That was the story. No, it was, she admitted. A line creased her brow. Rather, the string came from the wind cave raged above them. Sir Roderick had sent Larry scrambling up the rock face to watch the road while they took their rest. For a long second, no one moved. Catelyn Stark was the first to react. Sir Roderick, Sir Willis, to us. She shouted, get the other moth beyond us. More on guard, the prisoner. Amos. Tyrion sprang to his feet and seized her by the arms. You will need every sword. She knew he was right. Tyrion could see it. The mountain cloud cares nothing for the enmities of the great houses. They would slaughter Stark and Lannister with equal favor. As they slaughtered each other, they might spare Catelyn herself. She was still young enough to bear sons, till she hesitated a year then. Sir Roderick called out. Tyrion turned his head to listen, and there it was. Hot beef, a dozen horses or more, coming nearer. Suddenly everyone was moving, reaching for weapons, running to their mark. Peebles rained down around them as Larry came springing at, sliding down the ridge. He landed breathless in front of Catelyn Stark, an ungainly look man with wide tuft of rust-colored hair, stinking out from under a conical steel cap. 20 men, maybe 25, he said, breathless. Mick, Snack, all Moon brothers. By my girls, they must have eyes out, Emily. Hiding washer, they know we are here. Sir Roderick Castle was already a horse, a long sword in hand. Mahor crushed behind a border, both hands on his iron-tipped spear, a dagger between his teeth. You singer, Sir Wills, Wood called out. Help me with this breastplate. Marino sat frozen, crushing his wooden arm, his face as pale as me. But Tyrion's men, Morek, bounded quickly to his feet and moved to help the knight with his armor. Tyrion kept his grip on Catelyn Stark. "You have no choice," he told her. "3 of us and a 4-man wasted guarding us. 4 men can be the difference between life and death up here. Give me your sword. Give me your word that you will put down your sword against after the fight is done." "My word? The old beef. Be a ladder now," Tyrion grinned crookily. "Oh, that you have my lady, on my honor as a Lannister." For a moment he thought she would spit at him, but instead she snapped her arm there, and as quick as that she was pulling away. Sir Roderick tossed Jack his sword and scabbard and went to meet the folks. Moray helped himself to a bow and quiver and went to one knee beside the road. He was a better archer than swordman, and Bronze rode up to offer Tyrion a double-bladed axe. I have never fought with an axe. The weapon felt awkward and unfamiliar in his hand. It had a short half, a heavy head, a nasty spine on top, preventing you splitting logs, Bran said, drawing his long sword from the scabbard across his back. He spat and tore off to form up beside Shinks and Sir Roderick. Sir Williams mounted up to join them, fumbling with his helmet, a metal pot with a thin sling for his eyes and a long black silk plug. "Long do not bleed," Tyrion said to no one in particular. He felt neck without armor. He looked around for a rock and ran over to where Marillion was hiding. "Move over, go away," the boy screamed back at him. "I am a singer, I want no part of this fight. What lost your taste for adventure?" Tyrion kicked at the youth until he slid over, and not a moment too soon, a heartbeat later, the rider were on them. There were no herald, no banners, no horns, no drums, only the twang of bowstring as Morek and Larry let fly. And suddenly classmen came thundering out of the door. Lean dark men in boiled leather and mismatched armor, face hidden behind bears half-pen, in gloves and were crushed, all manner of weapons, long sword and lance, and sharp spikes, club and daggers, and heavy iron mouth. At their head rode a big man in a stripped down shoulder skin club, armed with a 2-handed grass great sword. Sir Roderick shouted Winterfell and rode to meet him, with Brown and Chingis beside him, screaming some wordless battle cry. Sir Willis Wood followed, swinging a spike morning star around his head. "Arena, arena," he sang. Tyrion felt a sudden urge to leap up, brandish his axe, and butt at Castle Rock. But the insanity passed quickly, and he crashed down lower. He heard the scream of frightened horses and the crash of metal on metal. Chink's sword rang across the neck face of a male rider, and Bran plucked through the crossman like a whirlwind, cutting down folks right and left. Sir Roderick hammered at the big man in the shadow skin claw, their horses dancing around each other as they traded blow for blow. Jack vaulted onto a horse and galloped bareback into the fray. Tyrion saw an arrow sprang from the throat of the man in the shadow skin claw. When he opened his mouth to scream, holy blood came out. By the time he fell, Sir Roderick was fighting someone else. Saw the Marillion strike, covering his head with his wood harp. As horse slipped over there, Tyrion scrambled to his feet as the rider turned to come back at them. Ifing a spike more, Tyrion swung his axe with both hands. The blade caught the charging horse in the throat with a meaty torque, angling upward, and Tyrion almost lost his grip as the animal screamed and collapsed. He managed to wreck the axe free and launched glimpsely out of the way. Marillion was less fortunate. Horse's rider crashed to the ground in a tangle on top of the singer. Tyrion danced back in wide. The brigger's leg was 3 spines beneath his falling mouth, and buried the axe in the mouth's neck, just above the shadow blade. As he struggled to yank the blade loose, he heard Marillion's moaning under the bodies. Someone help me. The singer gasped, God have mercy, I am bleeding. I believe that the horse blood. Tyron said. The singer ant came crawling out from beneath the dead animal, crumbling the dirt like a spider with 5 legs. Tyron put his heel on his grasping finger and felt a satisfying crush. Close your eyes and pretend you are dead, he advised the singer before he held the axe and turned away. After that, things ran together. The dawn was full of shout and scream and heavy with the scene of blood, and the world has turned to chaos. Arrows easing past his ears and clustered off the rock. He saw Bran on horse, fighting with a sword in each hand. Tyron kept on the fringes of the fight, sliding from rock to rock, and darting out the shoulder to aid at the legs of passing horses. He found a wounded clansman and left his dead, helping himself to the man's half-helm. If it fit too snugly, the Tyron was glad of any protection at all. Jake was cut down from behind while he sliced at a man in front of him, and later Tyron stumbled over Coquelette's body. The pig face had been smashed in with a max, but Tyron recognized the deck as he plucked it from the man's dead finger. He was sliding it through his bed when he heard a woman scream. Catelyn Stark was trapped against the stone face of the mountain, with 3 men around her, one still mounted and the other 2 on foot. She had a dagger clutched awkwardly in her main hands, but her back was to the rock now, and they had penned her on the tree's side. Let them have the beach, Tyron thought, and welcome to her. Yet somehow he was moving. He caught the first man in the back of the knees before they even knew he was dead, and the heavy ass head split flesh and bones like rotten wood. Locks that bleed, Tyron thought innerly as the second man came for him. Tyron ducked under his sword, clutched out with the axe. The man reeled backward, and Catelyn Stark stepped up behind him and opened his throat. The horseman remembered an urgent engagement elsewhere and galloped up suddenly. Tyron looked around. The enemies were all vanquished or vanished. Somehow the fighting had ended when he was not looking. Dying horse and wounded men lay all around, screaming or mourning. To his vast astonishment, it was not one of them. He opened his finger and let the axe thunk to the ground. His hands were stinky with blood. He could have sworn they had been fighting for half a day, but the sun seemed scarcely to have moved at all. Your first battle, Bran asked later as he bent over Jake's body, pulling off his boots. They were good boots, as befits one of Lord Tywin's men. Heavy leather, oil and supple, much finer than what Bran's was wearing. Tyron nodded. My father would be so proud. He said his legs were cramping so badly he could scarcely stand. Oh, he had never once noticed the pain during the battle. You need a woman now, Bran said with a glint in his black eyes. He shoved the boot into his sack leg bag. Nothing like a woman after a man's been blooded. Take my word. Ching stopped looking the corpses of the briggers long enough to smoke and lick his lip. Tyron glanced over to where Lady Stark was dressing. Sir Roderick wound. I'm willing if she is, he said. The free rider broke into laughter, and Tyron grinned and thought there is a start. Afterward, he kneeled by the stream and washed the blood off his face in water cold as ice. As he limped back to the altar, he glanced again at the slain. The dead clansmen were thin, ragged men, their horses scrawny and undersized, with every rib showing. What weapon Bran and Ching had left them were known too impressive. Mork clubbed his skeet. He remembered the big man in the shadow skin claw who had dogged Sir Roderick with a two-handed great sword. But when he found his corpse sprawling on the stony ground, the man was not so big after all. The claw was gone, and Tyron saw the blade was badly notched, its sheep still spotted with rust. Small wonder the clansmen had left 9 bodies on the ground. They had only 3 dead. two of Lord Brackett's men at arms, Cocklicket and Mohun, and his own man, Jack, who had made such a bold show with his bared-backed shade, a fool to the end. Tyrone thought, Lady Stark, I urge you to press on. With all haste, Sir Willis Wood said, his eyes scanning the rigid top, very true the slight in his hand. We drove them off for the moment, but they will not have gone far. We must bury our dead, Sir Willis, she said. These were brave men. I will not leave them to the ground and Shadowcat. The soil is too stony for digging. Sir Willis said, then we shall gather stones for pears. Gather all the stone you want. Bran told her, but do it without me or chains. I have better things to do than pile rocks on dead men. Breathing for one, he looked over the rest of the survivor. Any of you who hope to be alive come net forward. Ride with us. My lady, I fear I speak the truth. Sir Roderick said verily. The old knight had been wounded in the fight, a deep gash in his left arm, and a spear thrust out grazing his neck. And he sounded his age. If we linger here, they will be on us again, for a certainty, and we may not live through a second attack. Tyrone could see the anger in Kathleen's face, that she had no choice. May the gods forgive us. Then we will ride at once. There was no shortage of horses, no? Nah. Tyrone moved his saddle to Jack, spotted Galen, who looked strong enough to last another 3 or 4 days at least. He was about to mount when Larry stepped up and said, I will take that death now. Dwarf, let him keep it. Kathleen Stark looked down from her horse and see that he has his ass back as well. We may have need of it if we are attacked again. You have my thanks, Lady, Tyrone said, mounting up. Save them. She said curtly, I trust you no more than I did before. She was gone before the cold frame replied. Tyrone adjusted his stolen helm and took the axe from Bran. He remembered how he had begun the journey with his wrists bound and a hook pulled down over his head, and decided that this was a definite improvement. Lady Stark could kept her trust so long as he could keep the axe. He would count himself ahead in the game. Sir Willis would leg them out. Bran took the rear, with Lady Stark safely in the middle. Sir Roderick a shadow beside her. Marillion kept throwing solemn look back at Tyrone as they rode. The singer had broken several ribs, his wood harp and all 4 fingers on his playing hand. Yet the day had not been an utter loss to him. Somewhere he had acquired a magnificent shadow skin cloth. This black fur slashed by stripes of white. He undid beneath it full silently and for once having nothing to say. They heard the deep crown of Shadowcat behind them before they had gone half a mile, and later the wind snarling of the beast fighting over the corpses they had left behind. Marillion grew visibly pale. Tyrone strode up beside him. Craven, he said, rhymed nicely with ravens. He kicked his horse and moved past the singer up to Sir Roderick and Kathleen Stark. She looked at him, lips pressed tightly together. As I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted. Tyrone began. There's a serious flaw in Littlefinger's fable. Whatever you may believe of me, Lady Stark, I promise you this, I never be bet against my family. Next, Arya. The one-end black tongue arched his back and eased at her. Arya pounded down the alley, balanced lightly on the balls of her bare feet, listening to the flutter of her heart, breathing slow, deep breath, quite as a shadow. She told herself, light as a feather. The tongue-cat watched her come, his eyes weary. Cashing cat was hard. Her arms were covered with half-healed scratch, and both knees were scarred over where she had scrapped them raw in tumbles. At first, even the cook, huge for kitchen cat, had been able to elude her, but Cyrus had kept her at it day and night. When she ran to him with her hand bleeding, he had said so slow, "Be quiet, girl. Your enemies will give you more than scratches." He had dabbed her wounds with marish fire, which burned so bad, and she had to bite her lips to keep from screaming. Then he sent her out after more cats. The red keep was full of cats. Lazy old cats, dozing in sun, cold eyes, monster twishes their tails, quick little kittens with claws like needles. Lady cat all curb and trusting rage. Shadow prowling the meadow's heap, one by one. Arya had chased them down and snatched them up and brought them proudly to Syro Forest. All but this one. This one and black devil of a tomcat. That's the real king of this castle right here. One of the gold claw had told her, older than sin and twice as mean. One time the king was feasting the queen, fathers, and that black bastard woke up on the table and snatched a roast squid right out of the Lord Tywin's finger. Roberts laughed so hard he liked to boast. You stay away from that one, child. He had run halfway across the castle, twice around the Tower of the Hand, across the inner delhi, through the stable down, the serpentine step, past that small kitchen and the pig yard and the barracks of the Gold Claw. Along the base of the river was and up more steps and back and forth over traitors. Walk and then down again, and through a gate and around a well and in an and out strange building until Arya did not know where she was. Now at last she had him. High walls pressed close on either side, and her head was a black widowless mass of stone. Quite as a shadow she repeated, sliding forward, light as a feather, when she was 3 steps away from him. The tomcat butted left, the right, he went and right, then left. When Arya caught him off escape, he eased again and tried to duck between her legs. Quick as a snake, she thought her hands closed around him. She urged him to her chest, whiling and laughing aloud as his claw racked at the bronze of her leather jacket. Even so fast, she kissed him right between the eyes and jerked her head back an instant before his claw would affront her face. The tomcat yowled and spewed. What is doing to that cat? Startled, Arya dropped the cat and whined towards the voice. The tom bounded off in the blink of an eye. At the end of the alley stood a girl with a mass of golden cord, dressed as pretty as a doll in blue satin. Beside her was a plump little blond boy with a prancing stag sewing piece across the front of his doublet and a miniature sword at his belt. Princess Messila and Prince Torment. Arya thought a scepter as large as a draft horse over them, and behind her 2 big men in crimson claw, Lannister Osgard. What were you doing to that cat, boy? Messila asked again. Sternly, to her brother she said, he's a range boy, it's not he. Look at him, she's giggled. A range dirty smell boy. Torment agreed. They do not know me. Arya realized. They don't even know I am a girl. Small wonder she was barefoot and dirty. Her hair tangled from the long run through the castle, clogged in a jerky right by cat's claws, and brown rough spun pants hang off above her scabby knees. You don't get scared and think where you are catching a cat. Quickly she lowered her head and dropped to one knee. Maybe they would not recognize her. If they did, she would never hear the end of it. Septa Modern would be modified, and Sansa would never speak to her again from the shame. The old fast Septa moved forward. Boy, how did you come here? You have no business in this part of the castle. You cannot keep this sort out. One of the Red Claw said, like trying to keep at rats. Who do you belong to, boy? The Septa Dan. Answer me. What's wrong with you? Are you mute? Arya's voice caught in her throat. If she answered, Tommy and Messila would know her for certain. Godwin, bring him here. The Septa said. The taller of the guardsmen started down the alley. Panic gripped her throat like a giant hand. Arya could not have spoken if her life had hung on it. Calm as still water, she mounted silently as Godwin reached for her. Arya moved, quick as a snake. She leaned to her left, letting his finger brush her arms, spinning around him, smooth as summer sea. By the time he got himself done, she was sprinting down the alley, swift as a deer. The Septa was screeching at her. Aria slid between legs as thick and white as marble columns, bounded to her feet, bowed into Prince Tomet and hopped over him when he sat down hard and said, "Whew," sprung away from the second guard, and then she was past them all. Running full out, she heard shot, then pounding footsteps, closing behind her. She dropped and rolled. The red claw went carrying past her. Stumbling, Aria sprang back to her feet. She saw a window above her, high and narrow, scarcely more than an arrow slit. Aria leaped, caught the sink, pulled herself up. She held her breath as she wrinkled through, slippery as an eel, dropping to the floor in front of a startling crumb woman. She popped up, brushed the rash off her cloth, and was off again. At the door, along a long hall, down a stair, across a hidden courtyard, around a corner and over a wall, and through a low, narrow window into a pitch-dark cellar. The sound grew more and more distant beyond her. Aria was out of breath and quite thoroughly lost. She was informing now if they had recognized her, but she did not think. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin. They are. She did move too fast, swift as a deer. She hungered down in the dark against a damp stone wall and listened for the pursuit. But the only sound was the beating of her own heart and a distant strip of water. Quite as a shadow, she told herself. She wondered where she was when they had first come to King's Landing. She used to have bad dreams about getting lost in the castle. Father said the Red Keep was smaller than Winterfell, but in the dream it had been immersed, an endless storm maze with walls that seems to shift and change beyond her. She would find herself wandering down gloomy hall past faded tapestries, descending endless circular stairs, darting through courtyard or over bridges. Her shot echoing unanswered. In some of the rooms, the red stone walls seemed to drip blood, and nowhere could she find a window. Sometimes she would hear her father's voice, but always from a long way off, and no matter how hard she ran after it, it would grow fainter and fainter until it faded to nothing and Aria was alone in the dark. It was very dark right now. She realized. She hugged her bare knees tight against her chest and shivered. She would wait quietly and count to 10,000. By then it would be safe for her to come creeping back out and find her way home. By the time she had reached 87, the room had begun to lighten as her eyes adjusted to the blackness. Slowly the shape around her took on form. Huge empty eyes stared at her angrily through the gloom, and dimly she saw the jagged shadow of long teeth. She had lost the cut. She closed her eyes and bit her lips and sent the fear away. When she looked again, the monster would be gone. Would ever have been? She pretended that Cyril was beside her in the dark, whispering in her ears, calm as still water. She told herself, strong as a deer, fierce as a wolverine. She opened her eyes again. The monster was still there, but the fear was gone. Aria got to her feet, moving wearily. The head were all around her. She touched one, curious, wondering if it was real. Her fingertips bruised a massive jaw. It felt real enough. The bone was smooth beneath her hand, cold and hard to the touch. She ran her finger down it took, black and sharp, a dagger made of darkness. It made her shiver. "He's dead," she said aloud. "It's just a skull. It cannot hurt me." Yet somehow the monster seems to know she was there. She could feel its empty eyes watching her through the gloom, and there were something in that dim. Carnivorous rooms that did not love her. She edged away from the skull and backed into a second, larger than the first. For an instant she could feel its teeth digging into the shadow, as if it wanted to bite of her flesh. Aria's wife fed leather, cash, and tears as a huge fang nipped at her jenkins, and then she was running. Another skull loomed ahead, the biggest monster of all. But Aria did not even slow. She leaped over a ridge of black teeth as tall as sword, dashed through angry jaws, and threw herself against the door. Her hand found a heavy iron ring set in the wood, and she yanked at it. The door resisted a moment before it slowly began to swing inward. With a great so loud Aria was certain it would be heard all through the city. She opened the door just far enough to slip through into the halfway beyond. If the room with the monster had been dark, the hall was the blackest pit in the seventh hell, calm as still water, Aria told herself. But even when she gave her eyes a moment to adjust, there was nothing to see but the vague grey outline of the door she had come through. She wiggled her finger in front of her face, felt the air move, saw nothing. She was blind. A water dancer seized with all her senses. She reminded herself. She closed her eyes and steadied her breath in 1, 2, 3. Drank in the quiet, reached out with her hand. Her finger brushed against rough, unfinished stone. To her left, she followed the wall, her hand skimming along the surface, taking small, gliding steps through the darkness. All odds lead somewhere. Where there is a way in, there is a way out. Fear cut deeper than sword. Aria could not be afraid. It seemed as if she had been walking a long ways when the walls ended abruptly and a draught of cold air blew past her cheek. Lucia stepped faintly against her skin. From somewhere far below her, she heard noises, the crack of boots, the distant sound of voice. A flickering light brushed the wall ever so faintly, and she saw the shield stood at the top of the great black well, a shaft 20 feet across plunging deep into the earth. Huge stone had been set into the curving walls as steps, cycling down and down, dark as the step to hell the old Nile used to tell them of. And something was coming up out of the darkness, out of the bowels of the earth. Aria peered over the edge and felt the cold black breath on her face. Far below, she saw the light of a single torch, small as the flame of a candle. 2 men, she made out, their shadow wreathed against the side of the well. Tall as giants, she could hear their voice echoing up the shaft. Found one bastard, one said, the rest will come soon. A day, 2 days, a fortnight, and when he learned the truth, what will he do? A second voice asked in the liquid assent of the free cities. The ghosts alone know. The first voice said. Aria could see a wisp of grey smoke drifting up of the torch, wriggling like a snake as it rose. The fool tries to kill his son, and what worse, they made a moment face of it. He's not a man to put that aside. I warn you, the wolf and lion will soon be at each other's throat, whether we will eat or not. Too soon, too soon. The voice with the accent complained. What good is war now? We are not ready. Delay. As well bid me stop time. Do you take me for a wizard? The other chuckled. No less. Flame licked at the cold hair. The tall shadow were almost on top of her. An instant later, the man holding the torch climbed into her sight. This companion beside him, Aria crept back away from the well, dropped to her stomach, and flattened herself against the wall. She held her breath as the man reached the top of the step. What would you have me do? Asked the torch bearer, a stunt man in a leather half cape. Even in heavy boots, his feet seemed to glide soundlessly over the ground. A round, scared face and a stumble of dark beards shoulder under his steel cap, and he wore me over boiled leather, and a death and short sword at his bed. It seems to Aria there was something oddly familiar about him. If one hand can die, why not a second? Replied the man with his accent and the foxed yellow beard. You have danced the dance before, my friend. It was no one Arya had never seen before. She was certain of it grossly fat, yet it seems to walk slightly, carrying his weight on the balls of his feet as a water dancer might. His ring glimmered in the torchlight, red gold and pale silver, crusted with rubies, sapphire, slittered yellow tiger's eyes. Every finger wore a ring. Some had two, before is not now. And this hand is not the other, the scareman said as they stepped out into the hall, still as stone. Arya told herself, quite as a shadow, blinded by the blade of their own torch. They did not seem pressed flat against the stone, only a few feet away. Perhaps so, the folk bear replied, pushing to catch his breath after the long climb. Nonetheless, we must have time. The princess is with child. The car will not bestir himself until his son is born. You know how they are. This savage, the man with the torch pushed at sometimes. Arya heard a deep rumbling. A huge slab of rock, red in the torchlight, slid down out of the ceiling with a resounding crash that almost made her cry out. Where the entry to the well had been was nothing but stone, solid and unbroken. If he does not bestir herself soon, it may be too late. The stone man in the steel cap said, this is no longer a game for two players. If ever it was, Stannis Baratheon and Lysa Arya have fled beyond my reach. And this whisper said, they are gathering sword around them. The Knight of Flower rides high guarded, urging his blood father to send his sister to camp. The girl is a maid of 14, sweet and beautiful and tractable. And Lord Raleigh and Sir Loras intend the Robert should bend her, wed her, and make her a new queen. Littlefinger, the gods only know what game Littlefinger is playing. Yet Lord Stark, the one who troubles my sleep, he has the bastard, he has the book, and soon enough he will have the truth. And now his wife has adopted Tyrell Lannister thanks to Littlefinger's meddling. Lord Tywin will take that far and outrage, and Jaime has a queen affection for the Eve if the Lannister move north. That will bring the Tully in an aswell. Delay, you say, make haste, I replied. Even the finest of gigolo cannot keep 100 balls in the air forever. You are more than a juggler, old friend. You are a true sorcerer. All I ask is that you work your magic a while longer. They started down the hall in the direction. Arya had come past the room with the monster. All I can do, I will. The one with the torch said softly, I must have gold and another 50 birds. She let them get a long way ahead, then went creeping after them, quite as a shadow. So many, the voice were fainter as the light dwindled ahead of her. The one you need are hard to find, so young to know their later. Perhaps would have not died so easy. No, the younger are safer. Treat them gently. If they kept their tongues, the rigs, long after their voice had faded away, Arya could still see the light of the torch, a smoking star that bid her follow. Twice it seems to disappear, but she kept on straight, and both times she found herself at the top of the narrow step, the torch glimmering far below her. She hurried after it, down and down. Once she stumbled over a rock and fell against the wall, and her hands found raw earth supported by timber, whereas before the tunnel had been dressed stone. She must have crept after them for miles. Finally they were gone, but there was no place to go but forward. She found the wall again and followed, blind and lost, pretending that Nimria was panting along beside her in the darkness. At the end she was knee-deep in foul-smelling water, wishing she could glance upon it as Syron might have, and wondering if she had ever seen light again. It was full dark when finally Arya emerged into the night air. She found herself standing at the mouth of a sewer where it emptied into the river. She stank so badly that she striped right there. dropping her soiled clothing on the river bank as she dove into the deep black water. She swam until she felt clean and crawled out shivering. Some riders went past along the river's road as Arya was washing her clothes, but if they saw the scrawny naked girl scrubbing her rags in the moonlight, they took no notice. She was smiled from the castle, but from anywhere in King's Landing, you need only to look up to see the Red Keep high on Aegon's Hill, so there was no danger of losing her way. Her clothes were almost dry by the time she reached the gatehouse. The portcullis was down and the gate barred, so she turned aside to the postal door. The gold claw who had the watch sneered when she told them to let her in. "Off with you," one said. "The kitchen cramp are gone, and we will have no begging after dark." "I am not a beggar," she said. "I live here." I said, "Off with you. Do you need a cloth on the ears to help your hearing?" "I want to see my father." The guard exchanged a glance. "I want to fuck the queens myself, for all the good it does me." The younger one said, the older cowed, "Who's this father of yours?" "Boy, the city rat catcher, the hand of the king," Arya told him. Both men laughed, but then the older one swung his fist at her, casually as a man would swung a dog. Arya saw the blow coming even before it began. She danced back out of the way. Untouched, "I am not a boy," she spat at them. "I am Arya Stark of the Winterfell, and if you lay a hand on me, my lord father will have both your heads on spike. If you don't believe me, fetch Jory Castle of Vayon pulled from the tower of the hand." She put her hands on her hips. "Now are you going to open the gate?" "Oh, do you need a claw on the ears to help your hearing?" Her father was alone in the solar when Arwen and Fat Tom marched her in, an oil lamp glowing softly at his elbow. He was bent over the biggest book Arya had ever seen, a great thick tome with cracked yellow page of crabble script, bound between faded leather cover, but he closed it to listen to Arwen's report. His face was stern as he sent the men away with thanks. "You realize I had half my guards out searching for you," Eddard Stark said when they were alone. Septa Morden is beside herself with fear. She is in the sept praying for your safe return. "Arya, you know you are never to go beyond the castle gate without my leave." "I did not go out the gate," she blunted. "Well, I did not mean to. I was down in the dungeon, only they turned into this tunnel. It was all dark and I did not have a torch or a candle to see back, so I had to follow, and I could not go back the way I came on an account of the monster." "Father, they were talking about killing you." "Not the monster, the two men. They did not see me. I was behind still as stone and quiet as a shadow, but I heard them. They said you had a book and a bastard, and if one hand could die, why not a second? Is that the book? John's the bastard? I bet. John Arya." "What are you talking about? Who said this?" "They did," she told him. "There was a fat one with rings and a forked yellow bear, another in mail and a steel cap, and the fat one said they had to delay, but the other one told him he could not keep juggling, and the wolf and the lion were going to eat each other." And it was a moment face. She tried to remember the rest. She had not quite understood everything she had, and now it was all mixed up in her head. The fat one said the princess was with child. The one in the steel cap, he had the torch. He said that they had to hurry. I think it was a wizard." "A wizard," said Ned, not smiling. "Did he have a long white beard and tall, pointed at sparkled with stars?" "No, it was not like old Nars stories. It did not look like a wizard, but the fat one said it was." "I warn you, Arya, if you are spinning this thread of hair." "No, I told you, it was in the dungeon, by the place with the secret walls. I was chasing cat, and well," she screwed up her face. If she admitted knocking over Prince Tommen, he would be really angry with her. "When I went in this window, that's where I found the monster." "Monster and wizard," her father said. It would seem you have had quite an adventure. These men you heard, you say, they spoke of jugglings and murmuring. Yes, Arya admitted. Only Arya they were murmured. Her father told her, there must be a dozen troops in King's Landing right now, come to make some coin of the Tawny Crown. I am not certain what these two were doing in the castle, but perhaps the king had asked for a show. No, she shook her head stubbornly. They were not. You should not be following people about and spying on them. In any cases, no. Do I cherish the notion of my daughter climbing in strange windows after strange cats? Look at you, sweetling. Your arms are covered with scratches. This has gone on long enough. Tell Cyril Forrest that I want a sword with him. He was interrupted by a short, sudden knock. Lord Edda, pardon, Desmond called out. Opening the door, a crack. But there is a black brother here, begging audience. He said the matter is urgent. I thought you would want to know. My door is always open to the night's watch, Father said. Desmond ushered the man inside. He was stuffed and ugly, with an unkempt beard and unwashed clothes. Yet Father greeted him pleasantly and asked his name. Uren, as he pleased Emlod, my pardon for the hours. He bowed to Arya, and this must be your son. He has your look. I am a girl, Arya said, exasperated. If the old man was down from the wall, he must have come by ways of Winterfell. Do you know my brother? She asked excitedly. Rob and Bran are at Winterfell, and John's on the wall. Jon Snow is in the night watch too. You must know him. He has a dire wolf, a white one with red eyes. Is John a ranger yet? I am Arya Stark. The old man in his smelling black cloth was looking at her oddly. But Arya could not seem to stop talking. When you ride back to the wall, would you bring John a letter if I wrote one? She wished John were here right now. He did believe about the dungeon and the fat man with the forked beard and the wizard in the steel cap. My daughter often forgets her courtesy, and Stark said with a faint smile that often is what. I beg your forgiveness. Uren, did my brother Benji send you? No one sent me, Emlord. 7 old mammoth. I am here to find men for the walls. And when Robert next hold court, I will bend the knees and cry at Ned. See if the kings and his aunt have some scum in the dungeon. They have been well rid of. You might say, as Benji Stark is why we are talking, thought his blood ran black, made him my brother as much as yours. It is for his sake. I am come, rode hard. I did not yet kill my horse, the war. I drove her, but I left the other well behind. The other? You spent sell wards and free riders and like trash. That inn was full. Them, I saw them take the sin of blood or the sins of gold. They smell the same in the end. Not all them made for King's Landing. Either some went galloping for Castle Rock, and the rock lies closer. Lord Tywin will have gotten the word by now. You can count on it. Father Fran, what word is this? Uren's eyes are rare. One best spoken in private, Emlord, begging your pardon. As you say, Des must see my daughter to her chamber. He kissed her on the brow. We will finish our talk on the marrow. Arya stood rooted to the spot. Nothing bad happened to John, as it. She asked Uren or Uncle Benji. Well, as to start, I cannot say. The snowboy was well enough when I left the world. It is not them as concern me. Desmond took her hand. Come along, Melinda. You had your Lord Father. Arya had no choice but to go with him. Wishing he had been far with tongue, she might have been able to linger at the door on some excuses and hear what Uren was saying. But Desmond was too single-minded to trick. How many guards does my father have? She asked him as they descended to her guest chamber. Here at King's Landing, 50. You would not let anyone kill him, would you? She asked. Desmond laughed. No fear on that account, little lady. Lord Eddard's guard night and day. He will come to no harm. The Lannisters have more than 50 men. Arya pointed out, so they do. But every northern is worth 10 of these Saffron swords, so you can sleep up easy. What if a wizard was sent to kill him? Well, as to that, Desmond replied, drawing his long sword, wizards die the same as other men. Once you cut their heads off. Next, Eddard Robert, I beg of you, Ned pleaded, hear what you are saying. You are talking of murdering a child. The war is pregnant. The king's first lying down on the council table, loud as a thunder clap. I warn you this would happen, Ned, back in the Baron's land. I warn you, but you did not care to hear it. Well, you will hear it now. I want them dead, mother and child both, and that fool, Vestry as well. Is that plain enough for you? I want them dead. The other council were all doing their best to pretend that they were somewhere else. No doubt, they were wiser than he was. Eddard Stark and Shadow felt quite so alone. You will dishonor yourself forever if you do this. Then let it be on my head, so long as it is done. I am not so blind that I cannot see the shadow of the ass when it is hanging over my own neck. There is no ass, Ned told his king. Only the shadow of a shadow 20 years removed, if it exists at all. If very asked softly, wringing powder hand together, my lord, you wrong me. Would I bring ties to king and council? Ned looked at the eunuch coldly. You would bring us the whispering of a traitor half a word away. My lord, perhaps Morn is wrong. Perhaps he is lying. Sir Jorah would not dare deceive me. Very said with a sly smile. Rally on it. My lord, the princess is with child. So you say, if you are wrong, we need no fear if the girl miscarried. We need no fear if she bears a daughter in the place of a son. We need no fear if the babe dies in infancy. We need no fear. But if it is a boy, Robert insisted, if he lives, the narrow sea will still lie between us. I shall fear the Doraki the day they teach their horses to run on waters. The kings took a swallow of wine and glowed at Ned across the council table. So you would counsel me to do nothing until the dragon's paw has landed his arm on my shore? Is that it? This dragon's paw is in his mother's belly? Ned said even Aegon did not conquer until after he was willed. God, you are stubborn as an orange. Stark, the king looked around the council table. Have the rest of you misled your tongue? Will no one talk sense to this frozen-faced fool? Very gave the king an outcome smile and laid a soft hand on Ned's sleeve. I understand your qualms, Lord Eddard, truly I do. It gave me no joy to bring this grievous news to council. It is a terrible thing we had contemplate, a vain thing, yet we will presume to rule must do vain thing for the good of the realm. However much it pains us. Lord Raleigh shrugged. The matter seems simple enough to me. We ought to have had Vistry and his sister killed years ago, but his grace, my brother, made the mistake of listening to John Harris. Mercy is never a mistake, Lord Raleigh, Ned replied, on the trading. Sir Barrister are here cut down a dozen good men, Robert friends and mine, when they brought him to us, grievously wounded and near dead. Rose Button urged us to cut his throat, but your brother said, I will not kill a man for loyalty, and for fighting well, and sent him own master to tend for Barrister wound. He gave the kings a long cold look. Would that man were here today? Robert had shame enough to blush. It was not the same. He complained Sir Barrister was a knight of the King's Guard, whereas Denistry is a 14-year-old girl. Ned knew he was pushing this well past the point of wisdom, yet he could not keep silent. Robert, I ask you, what did we rise against Arya Targaryen for, if not to pull an end to the murder of children? to put an end to the Targaryens. The king scrolled. Your Grace, I never knew you to fear Rhaegar. Ned fought to keep the scorn out of his voice and failed. Have the years so unmanned you that you tremble at the shadow of an unborn child? Robert Puppet. No more, Ned, he warned, pointing. Not another word. Have you forgotten who is king here? No, your Grace. Ned replied. Have you? Enough. The king's bellowed. I am sick of tall. I will be done with this, or be damned. What says you all? She must be killed, Lord Raleigh declares. We have no choice. Murmured very sadly. Sir Barrister Assembly raised his pale blue eyes from the table and said, Your Grace, there is honor in facing an enemy on the battlefield, but none in killing him in his mother's womb. Forgive me that I must stand with Lord Eddard. Grandmaster Percy cleared his throat, a process that seems to take some